Hello, hello. Ready, Kyle? Oh, there we are. All right, everybody. Thank you all for coming, and please feel free to get some food, get some drink. This isn't your normal kind of meeting. This is more going to be discussion and hearing from the staff what their expectations are when it comes to their 5-year plan. But first off, I want to thank the staff for being here. Like I said, I know it's unusual to come in on a Saturday but I'm happy that y'all came, even though I know y'all say I asked y'all to come, so y'all are gonna come. I do appreciate it, taking the time out of y'all's day, and thank y'all to council for coming as well, being here, and coming in on a Saturday. Now, the purpose of this meeting is really for strategic planning. We're gonna listen to our staff talk about their work plan for the next 5 years and kind of what a lot of that entails. And just keep in mind, a lot of that is gonna be based on current needs and what the expectations that staff has now. Now, say when it comes to the council vision and priorities, say that changes. Say maybe, I'm just throwing this as an example, so if it's in your department, don't take it literally yet. But say we want, our city properties to be cut more often or something, then it'd be up to staff to go and make sure that they have the mowers that they need, the people they need, but we need to be, as council and mayor, to be in the balcony, not in the weeds. So we can say, hey, this is our expectations, and let them come up with a plan to meet those expectations, and not tell them, we need it cut at half-inch kind of deal. And strategic planning is going to look different for Loganville as it does for other cities. For example, I know Monroe does 3 a year. They do one, like, Amelia Island, other places like that when it comes to their budget retreats. So just be thinking about how we want to do strategic planning to lead long-term for the city of Loganville. And this meeting isn't just for like this year, but next year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, go ahead and start getting some plans in place. So then it's easier for staff, it's easier for us, so we can all kind of get on a better page together, so we understand our staff understands what is expected from council. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Danny Roberts. How do you want to lead the reports from staff?
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I know that we're going to have an executive session, and I would like to make the motion that we go into executive session before we do any business.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Hang on real quick. We just need the purpose of the executive session, so that we make sure that we're going into executive session for an appropriate reason.
I believe it's a human resources
Okay,
issue.
so personnel, that's fine.
Personnel, yeah.
So there's a motion and a second to go into executive session for a personnel matter.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so it's 5-1. We are going to go into executive session, so we'll be right back.
Yeah. Must be nice to eat that.
Yeah, you want some?
No.
Need some more coffee?
No. That would not be good.
All right, am I on? There we go. So we just went to executive session to talk about personnel matter, and no action was taken. So we need to enter back and open up this this retreat. We got a motion to open up the retreat.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Bill, second by Melanie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, now we're up to the capital improvement plan and focus on the city's 5-year CIP. Danny? I will say for those up here on council, I asked Jeff to give us kind of like a city by the numbers. I have one of these for a lot of my other businesses, but I call it my CEO cheat sheet. And it's so I have these numbers with me so I can start every year, every quarter, we can get them updated and we can start seeing where the changes are happening so we can see if what we're doing is effective or ineffective. For example, if we look at the response time for police department at 5 minutes and 50 seconds. If we want that to be lower, we just hire some new police officers, and we expect that to go lower after we hire the new police officers. We can actually see if that was effective or not. Say we come back next year, whenever, and it's down to, 5 minutes and 30 seconds or 5 minutes flat, something like that. So that's why I asked for these numbers, because I wanted these numbers for my own sake, and I knew council needed to look at a lot of these numbers as well. I will say, on some of these, I do believe that we might need to know where we kind of rank in certain things. For example, like, I believe that 6 minutes and 3 minutes response time for the fire department is a very good number, but I don't really know based on other cities around us, stuff like that. So at least we have this number here, and we can start looking at what other cities have, so we can start comparing if that's something that council wants to do. But anyways, that's what the Loganville by the numbers packet is that was here. And a lot of these came from our, the budget. It was in that big packet we got. A lot of this was from the packet, and then they also filled in, I believe, a few more stuff, the department heads. So thank you all for doing that as well. All right, Danny?
Before y'all is we're asked to provide you a CIP, which is capital improvement plan. So as you recall, 2 years ago, we went to a new software for our budgeting needs. And part of that, we bought the capital improvement module that actually lays out the capital plan. But prior to that, what we did during budgets, or sometimes every couple of years, we would do a 5-year plan. And this is what you have here. This is a 2015 to 2020 plan. I'm sorry, 2020 to 2025. Councilman Long asked to provide that for y'all. You can go through it as time permits and look at it. The important thing to remember is when you're sitting there doing a 5-year plan, your priorities change from sometimes month to month, year to year, depending on what happens. So when things change as far as money, it changes what you're going to do. So this is something that department heads do. They submit. We kind of use this to do our budgeting when it's that time of year. Prior to what we have now, we would just put it in the 5-4 number in your packet. It's a capital line item in the old school way we did budgets, but now it's spread out, and it looks like this in your budget process, and that's online. Everybody can look at. It's the capital improvement plan. It's a 1-year and a 5-year plan. Those projects come up and go, ebbs and flows, depending on the need at the time that the director sees that it's need. Most of your departments don't have a capital improvement plan because they're not infrastructure, but Brandon Utilities does have a capital plan because they have most of the utilities and infrastructure. Highways and streets have roads, but for the most part, we're just resurfacing, repaving, not building new roads, which will be infrastructure. So most of this is going to be covered in your enterprise fund. We do have some things in here that's general fund, such as IT has something in your packet we'll talk about briefly. So what we told staff has come up. We only have 4 hours tonight or this morning to talk to y'all, so we'll be brief, but we'll try to just answer mostly questions from y'all. But in the budget, Guy, if you can go to the next capital improvement, it has you multi-year. This just breaks it down from fiscal year 27 all the way to fiscal year 30. This was started in fiscal year 26, done in 25. So from 25 to now, you know things change. So in this packet, you'll see some of the items that was in the plan, and those projects are ranked by the director, not by me, but by the director. They'll also give me the top 3 projects in your department. This year, we have paving. We have capital improvements for police department for vehicles, which is SPLOST. Just go back to that, Kyle. I can use here. IT, we have the email server exchange that Kyle will talk about, camera systems, but most of it, like I said, is in utilities. This is multi-year. This doesn't mean we're going to do it. It just means that we identified it. All projects in the budget will come back before council, whatever month that may be in, and say, hey, we're going to do this project now, and we will request funding. That goes out to bid comes back, y'all accept the bid, project starts. That's how it works. That's how it's implemented. Same with your paving, same with your vehicles. So just so the public knows, just because you approved a budget doesn't necessarily you approve this $18 million. It's just gives the council an example of what we are going to do and what we would like to do as time and funding permits. So with that, I can have the directors come up here and just briefly talk to you about these projects, if that's the wish. And then we'll spend about an hour or so on this, and then we want to hear from y'all. What would y'all like us to pay attention to, or what would y'all like to see that's not on here that may be on here, and then we'll discuss it. So be pretty brief. Y'all have any questions for me before I call up Brandon to discuss this? I think actually IT is first.
Danny, if you don't do it in that particular year, does it
Microphone.
roll? Oh, I'm sorry. I forget where I'm at. If you don't do it in that particular year, does it roll to the next?
It does.
Okay.
Or it could get, today it could be number 1, but next year something could happen to number 2, and that moved it up. So, these are big ticket items.
They are.
We try to do 1 or 2 of these projects a year. As you all know, Tommy Lee Fuller was not expected, but here we are. We're fixing that, and that's going to kind of shift some of the priorities for stormwater, because there is stormwater projects in here. But that's why we have unrestricted reserves. So, any other questions before I get Kyle up here? So just this is from 5 years ago, and then what we have now is current, and it can be found. This is straight from the packet on the website. So, Kyle?
All right, I guess that means I'm up. As y'all can see, I've got, well, good morning, first of all.
Morning.
I've got 5 items in here. Almost all, I think there's 5 items. Almost all my items are things that I've been trying to get for years. Yeah, there's 5 items. So I'm sure y'all are somewhat familiar with the budget process, but usually we submit everything in the world that we could possibly need for that year, or possibly things we see on our 5-year plan for the next year or the year after. So software is a huge cost to IT and to the city in general. So what we try and do is project 1 or 2 years out, and if we know that this is not going to work, or we want to improve it and make it better, then I submit it in my budget. And then when we have to go back and cut, try and get the budget within the certain amount that the boss needs to keep it in, the software probably gets cut because it's not an emergency. But there are a couple things on my capital improvement that are emergencies. Software is kind of one of those things. You can make it work, you can kind of function, but it might not be the best option to the citizens. They get a lot of complaints about things. Or in planning development's case this year, there's a new House bill that requires things to be a specific way online for permitting. And although we can kind of do that with how we have it now, they really need to change to a better software. So that's why it's in the capital improvement this year. And it's probably my number 3 on the list. The other 2 items are security issues. The number 1 item is the Microsoft 365 migration. I've managed our mail server here at City Hall for 15 years now, maybe a few more years than that, since right before I took over in IT. And I've been not building the server, but I've been putting the server together and then building the software, configuring everything and managing it in here, and it's saved us a fortune in the long run, technically. But if you look at what this cost is for this Microsoft 365 migration, it's $34,000. Oh, I'm sorry, it is $36,000. That's an annual cost. So a server, and I'm going to speak generally because I don't have all the specific numbers in front of me, but a server can last 5 to 10 years depending on how software upgrades, like Microsoft upgrades Microsoft Exchange. Sometimes it gets too powerful for the server, and then you have to upgrade the server and upgrade the software. So you estimate 5 to 10 years. Usually it lands in about 8 years. In this case, we can't upgrade anymore. Microsoft has finally put a dead stop on the on-premises upgrades. And they've been saying for 10 years that you needed to migrate. And I'm like, well, we're not paying $36,000 a year when we can pay $36,000 every 8 years. It makes a lot more sense, right? And I can manage it here. Well, they're not allowing you to do that anymore. In order to have the software you need for the Exchange server, you have to have 365 licensing, which is the cloud licensing. So if you're going to do that, why would you do the on-premises Exchange? It doesn't make any sense. They're forcing you to do it. So kind of what happened is in 2024, I'm going to go off the top of my head, but I have all this written down. 2024, we got a new mail server, the hardware, the server itself. We purchased one. We budgeted for it, we bought it, and then the beginning of 2025, we bought the software, and we did a full server migration. So we're on a brand new version of Exchange, the newest one you can buy, and then they came out right after that with this new one that we can't get because you have to use cloud licensing. So what we're up against is they are not doing security fixes for the software we have. And the way this server works is, first of all, I'm going to try and keep this real short, y'all, I'm sorry. The server room is like, it's a secure area, right, internet-wise, so it's all only available in-house. But that mail server is available to the internet, so it's kind of unsecure. It's the most attackable area we have because Microsoft Exchange email is used by companies worldwide, right? So if you're going to hack something, you're going to search for the things that are used worldwide. So our Exchange server is sitting out there on the internet with a bunch of security protection, but Microsoft is not updating the security of the software anymore. And they've kind of said, hey, I'm sorry, we're not going to give you the updates. You need to migrate to this. But in order to migrate to this, you got to buy this licensing. So that's kind of the really general cover of that. So what I'm recommending we're doing is changing to Microsoft 365. We're going to keep the server that we have up and running while we migrate, and then that server is going to be used to replace another server that we're going to decommission. So it's not like we paid for that server and it goes in the trash. We're going to repurpose it to another use. And that's a whole nother discussion explaining what that is. But I know that's a lot. I'm sorry. Does anybody have any questions about that?
So I don't know if the mic's on or not. So I want to make sure we're covering all of our costs with what you're currently doing. And will there be additional costs next year to keep that cloud base going?
Yeah, the cloud
that-
cost
I
is the
wanna make
same.
sure I'm clear on
What I
this.
put in the capital improvement
Yes.
is the cost that's going to cost every single year, unless the vendor fluctuates, which
Sure.
it goes up and down, it fluctuates. But the amount that's put in the capital improvement plan is the annual cost. So they charge you the annual fees. There's no implementation. Like on a regular software, some of these other softwares, they charge you that first year an implementation cost, which might be $50,000, and then they charge the annual fee, which might be $20,000. So the first year costs a lot. But with Microsoft, it's a fortune to pay them to do the migration, so I'm going to do the whole migration because
Sure.
I'm familiar with it. And we're just paying the annual fees for the licensing the first year. And then every other year after that, it should be the same. The other thing that can fluctuate it is employees. So if we get more employees, we have to pay per employee, per mailbox. So the number fluctuates a little. So I can't project exactly what it is. But it's going to be around the same, around 36,000.
Thank you.
What's the transition period, and when do you expect it?
My goal is like in a year. So I'm not sure, I haven't done it before, so I'm not sure how many mailboxes I'll be able to do at a time or how quickly it's going to go. We're going to do the IT mailboxes first, 2 of us, and then I'm going to start with some non-computer users, just mail users, and get them migrated too. and then we'll go into a couple daily users that aren't heavy users. That way we kind of gradually go into it. And then by the time I get to y'all or Danny or HR, these major everyday all the time, then we kind of got the bugs all figured out. So and that's usually what we do with the other server migrations too.
And I know, working through our company, that whenever products go out of updates or whatever, it puts us at vulnerable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the exchange that we have now, or is there any vulnerability or?
Yes.
Okay.
It is 100% vulnerable right now. There's a health checker in the thing I use to check the mail server. There's a health checking program that Microsoft gives you to make sure that you're up to standard, that you meet all their certificate requirements, all this stuff. And it's giant red letters, and it says you're vulnerable right now. These are all the patches you're missing. I'm like, you won't give us the patches. But there is no way around it without licensing. So this is kind of a number one emergency kind of thing. And honestly, if it was in the budget, and I would have already brought it to y'all at the very beginning of the budget. This is technically one of the first meetings anyhow, but this would have been on my first council meeting request, is to approve this project. So that's why it's in here now.
Can I ask you real quick, Marlon? I sent you an email a couple of days ago that I got a fake email.
Mm-hmm.
And will this 365 have something in the system where you're able to click on an icon to report, if you will, a possible spam or phishing or email?
Well, I'm not sure about through Microsoft because we've never done spam filtering stuff through Microsoft. I try and keep it third party so that the people doing the mail aren't the people doing the spam filtering. We use a company called AppRiver for spam filtering.
Okay.
But what you're kind of talking about is KnowBe4, which we're all familiar with how much we love KnowBe4. But KnowBe4 has a thing that it can build into
Try to trick you.
Outlook.
Right.
Yeah.
And this one
It'll
did.
try and trick you and send you training.
Because I
stuff.
couldn't find anywhere to report it. At
Well-
work, we use HoaxHunt, and I'm used to being able to click on an icon on the top bar and report that.
Yeah.
But I did not see that through our system through the email.
No, so I'm not sure if you're talking about through the web. Like, do you open it at work on the internet web
Yes, sir.
browser? So you're like looking at the Exchange server then. So it would have to be like a plugin or something that's built into Microsoft Exchange. The reason we don't have that, KnowBe4 has that. So KnowBe4 has offered us a built-in thing. It goes in Outlook in people's offices. And I'm not sure if they have a thing that would build into the web or not.
Okay.
The reason we don't do it is because if you need to report it, you may as well just delete it.
Okay.
Because if you imagine, we're small, right? We only have 150 roundabout employees. We have like a little less than that emails, but 150 or so emails. And if people are reporting things from companies across the world, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of things. So how many people are looking at that and actually doing something about it, right?
Okay.
It's most of the time it's like going to be an AI system or something. It receives it, it reads through it, and it says, okay, yeah, we need to make something to try and filter better. But most of the time, the human error is the biggest problem. So it's not, we don't want to filter out too much. We don't want to stop receiving emails, right? And we don't want AI deciding what we're receiving and what we're not, because then you guys are just going to call me and say, hey, I didn't get this email. But the best action is to delete the thing.
Okay.
In a lot of the trainings, it says about forward it to your IT department, or forward it here, forward it, or report it to your IT department. If you're suspicious of something, just delete it.
Okay.
Look, unless it's like a world-altering thing that you've been waiting on from the attorney's office or something, just delete it. And they'll contact you again, or when they don't hear, they'll call you on the phone and they'll be like, hey, I'm trying to send you this email. Oh yeah, I deleted that 5 times. So it's
Kyle,
really the safest.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
No, sorry.
let me ask you, so that I understand what you just said. This is not a budgeted item, this first go-round, or was it a budgeted item? All right, so you're saying it's an emergency,
It's
so,
budgeted in the capital budget. We
okay,
declared
but
the
it
budget.
isn't in your,
No, because it was
Budget.
originally, the way the capital works with some of the things, I put everything in my regular budget, and then when I meet with Danny decides what needs to be a capital project and what needs to be a regular. Because I don't deal with capital projects like Brandon probably does, a whole lot more than that. And our capital project planning changed. My capital project planning changed a little bit this year. So when Danny and I met about it, he moved some of these items into capital. But it is budgeted in capital.
but this is
correct?
something you're gonna be coming before council and asking.
I actually
to-
love for y'all to vote on it today. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then, but moving forward, the $36,000, you will account for that in
In the
your
budget, yeah, so. in-
yearly budget after the first
Yes,
one is
correct.
approved?
And it won't be in capital next year, supposedly.
Right.
Right?
It would
This
be in your
actually be my
regular budget.
recurring budget, the software renewals would be. That's my understanding, yes.
But you have you can work your budget to accommodate the 36,000 every year? You're gonna have to,
Yeah,
right?
we're gonna make it work.
Okay,
We're gonna make it work one way or another. We will adapt and overcome, so. But yes, it'll be in the budget next year. The largest expenditure in my entire budget is the computer services we pay for, software, renewals of every single department in the city. They're all in that one line item. And I'd have to look at exactly what it is, but it's in the hundreds of thousands for software.
okay. And I have another question. There's been some talk recently about the library cameras. Because I don't think some of us understand, the library actually has cameras, but yet
Yes.
we're gonna spend almost $500,000 to put a second set of cameras in there.
Those cameras are already in there.
They're
They
already
weren't
in there.
$500,000, but I can explain
Well,
all
it
that.
says 400,000 right there.
Yes, I can explain all that.
Okay.
But real quick before we do, does anybody have any questions about the Microsoft thing? Does that kind of all make sense? Because I am going to ask y'all, hopefully, to vote
You
on
want
that
us to
today.
vote now?
No, whenever y'all want to, but I need to move forward on that. So
So-
that was going to be in my July council meeting packet and stuff anyhow. So.
Just to clarify, you said it's going to take a year, or you're going to have it done by the end of the year?
As soon as y'all vote on it, I'm going to start I'm going to get the purchase done
Right.
for the licensing, and then I plan on migrating 1 or 2 mailboxes as soon as possible. But timeline-wise, before we're totally done, I can't project that because I don't know what it's going to take. But my hope is by the time we're back in July next year, that I've migrated everybody off that mail server. And it may take me a month, I don't know, but until I dig into it and start figuring it out and see how long it takes, I can't give you a definite
I mean, just
answer.
to help you out, I mean, you said you're going to do it as opposed to Microsoft assistance. How much would that cost if you had them to help you?
I didn't price it through Microsoft, but I did price it through one of our vendors, and I asked them, so I priced 3 different vendors, as we always do. One of the vendors said that they have an in-house IT department that I could reach out to, and they would offer assistance. But they said there could be a cost. So I asked the other 2 vendors, and one vendor said, no, we don't have that at all, you have to use Microsoft. The other vendor said, that service to migrate Microsoft is only really available to large enterprise cities, or not cities, businesses. And if we gave you a price on it, there's no possible way it'd be worth your while to pay to have that done. So I didn't even talk to the other company. All 3 prices were almost identical because Microsoft kind of regulates their pricing like a lot of vehicles that Ford regulates the pricing a lot. There's only a hair of difference. So I just figure I'll wait and see. And if it comes to that, before I do anything, I'm going to see what all it's going to take, get a plan together, figure out how long it's going to take me. If there's too many steps or it's too confusing, I'm going to reach out to them and be like, hey, how much is it for 10 hours worth of professional assistance? And then they'll get me started, and then I'll do the rest of the process. So that's kind of what I do with everything, because I like to figure it out on my own in the beginning, and then I know how to do it, and I don't have to worry about going to someone else later when I screw it up.
So
Thank you.
it sounds like to me this is somewhat pressing of an issue. This wasn't really the intent of this meeting to actually vote on stuff.
Yeah, sorry about that.
But this is mainly going to be for discussion, but does anyone on council want to entertain a motion to purchase the software, Microsoft 360?
So moved. I'd like to make the motion that we go ahead and approve this purchase.
Do we need to put a price amount on that for $36,000? Not to exceed?
Yeah, 36,000 should be fine. I put that, let me double check. I put that number on here according to the exact quote. Whatever's in the capital, I think it was rounded up just a hair to make it a round number.
Kyle, do you anticipate that within the next 5 to 10 years, they're gonna come out and go, yeah, no, sorry, now we've got this other or is this their platform that you looked, that they're gonna go long-term?
Microsoft 365 is like an evolving thing. So you pay for the licensing, and every year you get the updates.
Okay.
It actually installs, like if you have Microsoft Word on your computer in your office, 365 downloads and installs it on your office computer. So if a new version comes out next year, it's a free download and install, and you get an upgrade. And it's all the security patches and everything. That's why it costs so much, because you're not paying for licensing that one time for all the new security. It's like this evolving. It's technically a lot more secure. It's just to be totally honest, the downfall side of it, the reason I didn't want to do it is because it's down a lot. It's a huge thing that the world relies on, but it goes down. So like you come into work in the morning and your email doesn't work, and 3 hours later it starts working. Or you come into work in the morning and Microsoft Teams is not working. It's just one of those things with cloud services that they just happen. So it's why I was trying to avoid it. But now we don't have the
So
ability to
it's
avoid it anymore.
unavoidable now. Cal,
Oh, yeah, so this quote right here that I have, I'm sorry, sir, it's 34,477. And like I said, some of the other quotes, that's the one I have in my packet, so that must be the one that I kind of chose, that what I thought we should go with. But I think 36 is a good number, that's close to that, and that might give me the option to pick another vendor. 36 would be a-
Got anything else, Danny, real quick?
I was gonna say put a contingency, but if that includes a contingency.
Yeah, I don't, with software, they give you a number and that's it. Like they're, and I'm not gonna say they're adaptable, but they'll also.
Mayor, before we move to the vote,
Match a previous quote.
can I ask Kyle 2 questions?
Well, we got did I hear a second real quick?
Yes.
So we have a
Okay.
motion and a second, so now it's open to discussion.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just for clarity for council and mayor, as well as to our citizens, how many staffing personnel do you have in your IT department?
2.
2 people, okay. How much money are you saving our taxpayers by you being an employee for the city? What kind of benefits are we receiving? That way, our public and our council and our mayor knows what we're getting from your services.
As opposed to paying a third party or something to do it all.
Yes.
So, 15 years. I don't know what year I started in the IT department.
Just, let's say yearly. Let's keep
I
it
can't give you an
simple.
exact number, because I don't know. I honestly don't know what it would cost for y'all to pay a third party. I've never researched it, especially not recently,
Sure.
because of how things have gotten really expensive. All I can really say is we had a third part-time employee, and we couldn't keep them busy enough. The
Sure.
thing about IT, and a lot of departments, it's kind of busy. It's like anything. You own a small business, you know, it kind of gets really busy and then it gets really slow, right? So we stagger everything we do to try and keep generally busy all year long. We prioritize emergencies during the busy year, and then the non-emergency stuff gets done during the non-busy year.
Sure.
So it's difficult to give you an exact number of what you're saving, but what I can tell you for sure is between hiring an IT department and, or an IT company and keeping people here is you get a personal employee that knows what you have. So you don't just call a help desk and it's just some general person that's in another country, or maybe they're here in this country, or that you can't understand them. I can walk in your office and I can help you. And when you have a customer that's standing at a counter up front and the customer's trying to make a payment and literally the employee calls and they're like, my credit card machine's not working. And we know and we run and we go help and we get the credit card machine working. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't get that of a remote. You call, you put in a ticket, you're like, I'm sorry, you can't make a payment right now. You're gonna have to come back later or pay on the website. We walk in there, and I can't tell you how often that actually happens.
Well-
The customer's able to make their payment before we leave, so.
Okay, you answered my questions. So we have a primary and a backup. That answered that question. Number 2, you said the key word. You have a person in-house that knows what's going on.
Yes.
That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Yes, it makes a huge difference.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
And just so y'all know, but when we hired that third party back then, we had no servers, no credit card machines, no MDTs. Now we got, what, 60 MDTs?
Yep.
Not one single server.
13, we have 13 servers.
Yes. We've grown a lot in those years.
There's a lot more for a third party. So that third party we paid years ago, they were only managing this little bit. But now if you were to pay someone to come do all this, they'd be here. They would have set all this up. I was in here yesterday afternoon. We got all this audio equipment set up. You wouldn't get that out of a third-party IT company. They're going to say call an audio-video company. That's the things we do. We hung the TV in the council chambers. Your third-party IT company's not going to hang that TV. They're going to be like, call an AV company to come hang your TV. But I source the TVs. I buy it according to budget. That's another thing. I look for the cheapest, but not the cheapest. I look for the best price for the best quality
value.
every
Good
single
answer.
thing
Good
I do.
answer.
And you are not going to get
Good
that
answer.
out of the IT company. These software quotes and things that I get, or hardware quotes, they're just throwing a number at you. They're not, they don't look for the cheapest thing. They just want to get the project done. So what you get out of me is a personal touch from somebody that's worked here for almost 30 years. No, almost 25 years, and I care about the city, and I want to save money. And I learned from a certain somebody how to try and make sure we get the best thing for the lowest cost.
Well, the reason why I ask you those questions, because I think that our taxpayers need to hear. That way they're hearing it from you, we're hearing it. That way it pretty much answers a lot of questions out there for them when we're making these decisions. So it sets a better precedence for when we make these votes, that they know what we're voting on and they're educated with what's going on, and that we have an in-house source to handle our problems. And thank you so much for
appreciate
what
that.
you do.
Oh,
Absolutely.
No problem, no problem.
And
Appreciate
let me
that.
just say, Kyle is so nice
Yes.
with ignorant people, like, he
Our
he never
employees,
calls
on some
me
days, our
ignorant.
employees might disagree, I'm sorry.
You really are. You're Johnny on the spot, and you're just so nice about it. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
No problem, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. I'll call the vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's passed, Kyle. Now, do you answer Melanie's question about the 400,000?
No, we can talk about that next. That was next on my items. I'm trying not to take a lot of time, y'all, because Brandon's gonna need a lot of time, probably. But I wanna make sure y'all understand, too, what I'm doing.
We
You're right,
want
you
to,
got
we want to make
5
sure we understand as a group more about what the city does. So if y'all got to take a little bit extra time.
Oh, to
I
explain what we
understand.
do and stuff and why too. That's totally fine. That's cool with me. That goes partially into the camera thing too, actually. So badges, a couple of y'all got new badges. We've been replacing badges around the city because our old access control system is in this camera security upgrade to get rid of old card codes. So like the bit security, it's gotten a lot better, the security of the cards. And the old cards need to be gotten rid of. We're just replacing them with new cards. So I need your old card eventually too, before you leave maybe. We destroy the old cards. But those cards, the access control cards go hand in hand with the camera system. So when you look at $500,000 for the camera system, it's really not cameras. I'll talk about the library in just a second. The cameras are, in the new system, are going to work hand in hand with the access control to track who's coming in and out, so that when someone badges in somewhere, it can actually have a little bit, a clip of video footage. So if we're like, somebody badged in at 3 a.m. at the front door to City Hall, it'll actually give us a clip of video footage. So we're not going and searching on the camera system for 3 a.m. And I cannot explain to y'all how terrible our camera video recording system is right now. You'd have to experience it for yourself. But to say that it takes me a day to find footage for Natalie of somebody that made a bad payment up front or something, it's an understatement. Sometimes it takes us 2 days to find footage, or when PD comes to us and asks for footage of their lobby or whatever. Sometimes it takes a long time. But anyhow, so the card access goes hand in hand. So what we're doing is we're trying to prepare for the new card styles in the new card access system that we're going to get. So this $500,000 project, the way it kind of came about is we've been needing to do it for about 5 years. I've been trying to figure out how we're going to do it and what it's going to cost. We were looking at replacing individual cameras, but the problem isn't just the cameras, the problem is the server. So then I started looking at grants. I ended up applying, I did this whole process, I applied for a grant for $500,000. I submitted it. It was a FEMA grant for Department of Homeland Security. And then they froze all the FEMA funds because they're doing all this research stuff. So we're sitting waiting to see if we're going to get that grant still. I've been on the phone with the grants office a bunch of different times, and she said it's just on hold. I can't really tell you anything. I see your application. I see it's in there. She kind of hinted at the fact that everybody gets something, or if we don't get it this year, we'll get it next year, this whole thing. So I did apply for it next year also, so I applied 2 different years. But we can't wait any longer. So to say that I've waited 5 years already to try and figure this out, we've replaced some cameras to try and make things better. We even paid for a new server for the cameras. It was $1,000. That was 2 years ago. Installed the new server, put the new software, configured everything, and it didn't work right from day one. So we get in touch with the company. The company's like, we're going, you know how tech support can be sometimes. It's this whole back and forth thing with them, and they're in Taiwan. So their timetables don't line up. So now we only hear from them every 2 days because by the time you hear, and then it's this terrible thing. So what we're looking at, this company is called Axis. They actually created the first IP camera during the '96 Olympic Games, and they have been one of the leading camera companies since 1996. Now, if we got the grant, I would have to put this entire project out to bid, and I would probably bid for Axis cameras. Initially, I wouldn't have until we kind of set on Axis cameras. But now that I'm gonna try and phase in replacements, we're gonna be running off 2 camera systems. We're gonna choose Axis. And it's because of that unified platform we can pull up and look at cameras and door access control all in the same thing. But it's not just that, it is that my goal is that the police department can pull up footage from the town green. When they had the shooting on 78 or at CBS, they were looking for footage of a certain type of vehicle. Our camera system now can't pull a vehicle type on a road. But the new camera system, you can put in a vehicle color, and you don't even have to put in a time period. It'll pull up images of all the vehicle colors, and it'll tell you when they passed and what direction they were headed, to the west or east or whatever. So it's just it's a lot better system. So my goal is to expand it to the point other departments can use it. Natalie pulls a lot of footage of payments and things up front to find out what's going on with money. I hope you're okay with me sharing that. But it would save them from having to do that. They could actually look up the footage themselves. They put in the date and time, look at the counter, whatever that camera is, because every single counter up there where money's exchanged has a camera on it. They can see the money, and they can see the paperwork that goes, and they can look at all of it themselves and not have to rely on us. Not that we mind, but it seems to always come during the busiest time. You know what I'm saying? So you have to prioritize, and it's easy for me because I've been here 20-something years, but it's not so easy for Mike. So if I'm on vacation and they call Mike for footage, and I have Mike working on something like security updates that may be really important, it's kind of difficult for him to prioritize what he needs to do, and he knows that the bosses are important. So am I talking too much?
Anything else for Kyle?
Sorry, okay, real quick though, about the library.
Oh, I thought we already.
Sorry,
touched on that.
I got carried
No,
away.
you're good.
Is that what you were saying? Yes. Okay, library. The library installed all their own cameras. They use a system called Ubiquity. Ubiquity's all cloud-based. The problem with it is we can't pull footage. They could share their cameras with us, and we'd have to call them every time we need something, but we need to be able to pull our own footage. Like I said, I'm trying to get the police department where they can pull footage of of Lawrenceville Road, areas around there. So if something happens, CID needs to be able to actually look at what it is. So our goal was to put cameras around the outside of the building and the entrances to the bathrooms, which is the public area we're going to be using. And the goal was to get some fiber over to the town green. So in the route to the town green, it made sense to hit the library and get the town green at the same time. Our weakest link between the two, is that what you were talking about, was my computer? Oh. I know, sorry.
Baby chief.
So on the town green, we have cameras at the health department, we have cameras over at the Anna Holbrook, on the outside of the building and inside the building. We're trying to make sure that things are covered if people rent and people are around the area, or if the police department has an issue around there, anything. People fall at events all the time. We've had a few different people that have fallen and gotten hurt, and we need camera footage, and sometimes it doesn't work out that way. So in all that happening, we have this terrible antenna connection between the Rock Gym and the town green. So the fiber fixed that, and we just picked up the library on the way. That's why the library got fiber, and they got the cameras for the security of the building around the outside. The library actually has 50 cameras inside, Ubiquity cameras.
Wow.
Yeah, they catch, I think it's 50 is what the contractor told me, every single aisle of books and every single little corner and all these places inside the building, but it's a different company than ours. So, sorry, I trailed off on a lot of crap there.
Are we offline?
No.
All right, so
Yeah,
now we
that's-
gotta let
that's
you
just
go
the
to go
display.
fix that.
It's still streaming. Yeah, that's just the display. So sorry, does that answer your question? I don't know. You can call me. Look, y'all, look.
He's very helpful
I'm not
when you
being
call
rude, y'all.
live.
Call me or email me. Email me is perfect. If I ever submit something and it's on the council packet or whatever, y'all can email me and I will respond to you. I'll CC Danny on it. He always has to be CC'd on everything because he wants to know what's going on. But I don't mind answering questions, or send it to him and he'll send it to me. I would rather not stand here for 3 hours talking about things during a meeting And when I'm just standing up here explaining things, it's just technical jargon and crap. I try and make it a lot easier to understand. But if we go back and forth through email, I can explain it a lot better, or I can try and explain it. If you don't understand it the first time, I can explain it another one time. But when we're in a time crunch, I can't stand here and try and explain it. So asking questions ahead of time, it saves me and my family a lot of time, because I would love to be at home with them instead. So,
Good deal. Well,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Kyle.
Thank
all right.
you.
Thank y'all.
So to answer your question, 500,000 is for the current camera system citywide, not just library.
That's for replacing the door access. There's probably 100 cameras in this building alone. So it's for citywide, not just library. We thought it was important to put cameras in the library while they were building it, so we could put the fiber in while it's under construction versus going in after it was built and tearing stuff up. So, and then real quick, I was gonna get Kyle to speak, but he already spoke for 2 hours, so I'm gonna say real quick, I've asked Kyle and Ansley to buy new software for our agenda packet. The other one's not supporting it no more, so I think they're in the process of doing that as we speak. It came in under my limit, I believe. That's why it does have to come for y'all, but it'll look similar to what you have as far as the agenda packet, but they do no longer support what we have. So they, 4 companies, how many did y'all demo? Angela and Kyle demoed 4 companies. They picked one, and I think they went with it, and they'll start implementation with that soon. But lookout will be the same. Next is going to be I think we got all Brennan next. So we'll have him up here, and this is for all his departments, stormwater, water, sewer, and water quality. Water quality, for those that don't know, is the plant where we treat the wastewater that comes through the sewer system. All right, Brandon, you got, lunch will be here around 11:45-ish, so, and then we'll have, Brandon will probably speak till then, maybe he's quicker, I'm not sure. Lunch will be a working lunch, and then give y'all an hour or so, Mayor, to y'all tell us what your plans are. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. How are y'all?
Good.
So I have 4 items there on the agenda that I was wanting to discuss, but I know that, all right. I have 4 items there on the agenda that I wanted to talk about. I know that there's a large capital improvement plan there in front of you. I think Danny gave you some copies of some spreadsheets, some old spreadsheets that we use. If you have questions on that, I'd be more than happy to answer those. First one that I'd like to talk about is the library. That pump station is at the old library location. It serves Old Town, some of the commercial over there, some residential. That pump station was installed in 1980, so it has far exceeded its lifespan. The problem that we're having with that pump station now is that the floor is deteriorating in there, and the pumps and the panel all sit on that floor, and they're starting to form holes from hydrogen sulfide and moisture. So we're at a point now where we have to do something with that pump station. The pricing that we have here is, before we did the budget and put this in here, this is the price that I have, but I've recently gotten another one from our engineers to do a turnkey pump station. It is a little bit more because to get it to code and to our specs, it's gonna have to be done with a new force main and emergency bypass or a generator, so that added a little extra cost, which moved it to about $2 million. Like I said, we are at a point with this pump station now to where structurally the floor is just not safe, and I have concerns of it, the pumps may be falling in at some point, so we are going to have to do something with this soon. This is number 1 on the priority with my capital improvement plan. Actually, the 4 that I have today are actually really priority, and they're going to have to be addressed. Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, I'm a
about
little
that?
lost. Exactly where is this at again? At the library, you
It's
said?
at the
Where
old
at?
library. Yeah, it's in front of it. It's right in the right of way. There's actually a white privacy fence that surrounds it. If you're on 78 and you look at the library, you see it right there.
Will that cause any potential issues for any type growth in the near future if we put it back where it's located for infrastructure issues as far as roadways or any of those type issues?
No, I don't foresee
Okay.
anything.
That area's not gonna be part of the, whenever it happens, the Georgia 20 widening. Would that be,
No, it won't interfere with that.
okay, good.
Actually, our engineers recommended that we move it somewhere else on the property because where it sits, it's just not a large footprint there, and you can't get emergency bypass. We can't even really get over there to do maintenance because those businesses right there, everybody parks there, and we have a hard time even getting our trucks over there to the pump station to be able to do maintenance. So we have to get cars to move, and so after that discussion with our engineer, they had recommended that we probably try to relocate it,
Okay.
so.
So is that part of this $2 million project, relocation for potential growth in our city? Okay, thank you.
I want to interject here real quick. Lee Fuller, and I want people to know that we do have a plan in place to help repair and fix a lot of the infrastructure around town. It just takes time, and even with that one, even if we have the perfect plan and can touch everything that's oldest to bring it up, you still might have something that comes up that breaks that isn't as old as that one or something like that, because a lot of our pipes and stuff were put in 80s, 90s, and they have, what, 25, 30-year lifespans?
About that, yeah.
So when it all went in about one time during the boom out here of building, it's time to replace a lot. And we have replaced a lot over the past few years, and this is kind of the plan to keep that going, to look ahead so we can budget for it and actually go ahead and get some of these done.
Yeah, that's right.
So, next project?
Next one, okay. Any other questions on the library?
No, thank you so much for clarifying that.
All right, so we have a couple of electrical panels at the treatment facility. They were installed in 1999 when that facility was built. The first one that I have is that land application system panel. It operates our spray fields. There's a pump station over there, and it sends the water through there to where we can land apply up to 250,000 gallons per day over there. The issue that I'm having with that is the age of the panel, but also the parts are obsolete. So we've band-aided it for years, but now we're at a point now to where we've had 2 different electricians tell us that you can't get parts for the components inside that electrical panel anymore. So really, it requires a whole rebuild. So it's gonna have to be gutted and all new starters and breakers and wiring. Stuff's been bypassed in there. Stuff's been removed just to make it work. We have an issue with one of the pumps at the pump station that we feel is a panel. It stems from the panel issue. So we're at a point now to where the electricians are telling us that you can't find parts, so it's gonna have to be a full overhaul on that panel. This price that I have here is a little high. I know that we can probably do it less than that. That's kind of a worst-case scenario cost there. But, you know, pricing, I spoke to him the other day, and pricing is continuing to go up on everything, really, especially on the electrical side with components and stuff like that. He said stuff's just constantly rising. So I still think we're safe within that number to be able to do that. So that's another one that we feel is crucial, because that panel and that system is in our permit. So that's the state, they come out, and it has to be up and running. So we got to make sure that it's efficient and current and up to code as well. So you guys got any questions on that at all?
So if that system goes down, our filtration system will shut down correctly?
Yeah,
Our
it
gray
won't-
system.
Yeah, you won't be able to run that pump station up there. But it's operating now. I mean, we're able to, we don't spray on every field. There's like 4 fields over there. We don't spray all of them at once. We rotate them. So the pump station is doing just fine right now. But if we have any failures, we do have some breaker issues that want to trip every now and then that we have to go up there and reset. So it is getting to where it's just worn. It's worn out and it needs a complete overhaul.
Any more questions on that? All right, next.
Okay. The other panel, the motor control center panel, this one's actually operates a lot more down there, and this one raises a little more concern for me. It controls our centrifuge, which is our dewatering system down there. It controls our influent pump station, which all the sewage from the city enters that pump station. That's the first point of contact when it comes to the plant. Our bar screen, the filtering system down there, it operates that. Our maintenance building, blowers, pretty much the whole bottom half of the plant is operated off this panel. And we're kind of have similar issues there with the starters tripping. We've got one that's not working at all now for one of the pumps, but the starters are tripping. We have to go down there and constantly reset them. It's another, it kind of mirrors the other one. You can't just go in there and put a new starter in. All that stuff's dated. You can't find parts for it. I mean, everything from the mounting hardware, everything has to pretty much be gutted and replaced in order for the new components to even fit within that panel. And there's a lot of rewiring that's going to have to take place as well. So it's kind of similar to the other panel, but this one actually operates a lot more crucial equipment than the other one does. So
Yeah.
this would be one of the first things that I would like to try to get fixed down there as well.
And everything that you talk about today, is all budgeted items for this year?
Within capital, yeah.
Within
So,
capital budget?
Danny might be able to answer that.
If it's in fiscal year 27, it is.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on that panel that needs replacing? So if that one goes out, we're in a lot of trouble. If the Grayfield one goes out, we're
Yeah,
still in trouble, just not as much.
Right, the MCC panel, yeah, that controls that whole bottom half of the plant down there, so.
So when do we project this to be taken care of? Do you have a date of getting it fixed before we end up having a issue?
Yes, sir. I plan on getting some quotes, solid quotes. I have some numbers, but I want to get a more solid updated quote, and I will be bringing that back to you guys for approval.
Thank you.
Good deal. All right.
Okay. Y'all got any other questions on that? Okay. The last thing I had today was that Twin Lakes pipe under the road. It's behind Loganville Ford. It's an old corrugated pipe. It is rotted out. I have concerns with the road over there. It's fine now. We're not seeing any sinkholes or anything, but there is a live stream that flows through there. So we're wanting to replace that back with concrete. And that $40,000 estimate there is for a contractor to come in, and they'll have to divert the flow for the creek, of course, to pump to the other side, and then be able to replace that pipe. And we could go back with concrete.
And could you guesstimate about how many of these kind of culverts that we've replaced recently?
Well, we had a project that we did last year. We did 5 that were pretty
5.
bad. Then we did the Breckenridge one, which was a big one. That was an emergency. We're doing the one on Tommy Lee Fuller now, and we have this one, and I have the guys going around to try to get a better inventory of what we have to be able to.
But we're trying to
in
get
our
rid
work order.
of, I think it's the plan to get rid of all the culverts that's metal and replace it with
That's
that
correct.
cement.
That's correct.
Let me ask you a question, because what we're seeing now with what happened on Tommy Lee Fuller, the project has a price, which on this project, your price would be $40,000. But then in addition to that, what is the engineer's fees going to be on this project?
I don't know that we would need an engineer for this one.
Okay.
This would be just a pipe replacement.
Okay.
We'll shut the road down and be able to just replace one for the other.
So these, you've got some estimated start dates in here for these 4 projects. The land application one is shown as August of this year. Is that, I mean, but you've mentioned your priorities. I mean, what do you think in terms of these dates in here, what you're thinking?
Well, of course, this is for the fiscal 2027 year, so I would get with Danny. We would coordinate, as far as what funds will allow and priority, and try to start chipping away at these within the next year. The August dates, I mean, that might vary. I mean, for as far as the months go, yes. We
So-
would like to try to stay on that.
Are you asking Bill for him, of his 4 projects, to put them in a
No, I
priority
just
order?
was just,
Or,
he's got dates in here. I was just kind of
Right.
getting an idea
Okay.
of what the thought was.
So Danny, would you mind kind of explaining the process on when you get these projects and when they hit the agenda approximately? How that process kind of looks, just for us and for the community to understand things, why some things take time?
Yeah, so depending on if it's engineering required, it could delay it up to 3 or 4 months. Stormwater, I don't know if there'll be engineering on that. That's something probably in-house will do. That can be dependent on how quick they can get the quotes. If it's something that's more like now, Brandon could start it now. Typically on the general fund, we typically don't start big projects the first of the year because the taxes that came in. But since he's enterprise fund, this money comes in year round, same month. So that's more likely something he's gonna start on now and then have before y'all by the end of this quarter. Or I guess it would be third quarter for us fiscal year. So before the end of the year, calendar year, you probably see some of these projects come before you. As remember, we still have the $760,000 we've got to pay by September 1 for the state, which is in his department, water. So if you look at the budget, I know it's a little bit different here, but it breaks it down for each budget. That's what I was getting to make sure we were telling y'all the right things. So for the sewer plant, he's got $1.21 million for this fiscal year. The library, just to be real brief, just to talk on that, that is a heavy engineering. That has started 3 or 4 months ago, maybe longer. We've been dealing with the engineers on that. The issue is going to be the widening, the library, the old, well, I'm going to say the current library. Matter of fact, we are going to hire a firm to come in and locate the wetlands that we have, federally protected wetlands on that piece of property that we discovered in 2015. So I've reached out to a company that's going to come in and mark the wetlands, and then we'll have to put it on the plat. And that will help to make y'all's decision better when y'all decide to do something with that property, wherever it may be. It'll be on the plat that whoever purchases it or wherever y'all decide, we will be able to see the lines of where the wetlands is, where nothing can be going that. Our goal was to move the pump station in that area, but we may not be able to because it is a wetland. But that's something we're in the process of doing now. But that price is already $1 million more than what we projected when we did this budget. So,
But would that be within current city property, or?
yes. There's 3 options for that project that the engineer gave us. Some of it was to take that pump station completely out of the picture and make it gravity to the Highway 20 pump station. But that would require going through 3 or 4 different private properties of land with the gravity line, which will not be in the right of way. So we tried to get with the state to do that prior. They said no, that the plans already submitted, it would delay the project. So then we looked at private property, but that requires purchasing of property. So that's that was not a good option. But other option is to run the force main where it's at now and maybe move it further down. That's something we're looking at. But we got to see if we can put the pump station in the wetland first. And then the waters, that's what I was looking for, $778,696. That's in the budget as well to come out for the state for the utility aid, our first payment of 3 over the next 3 fiscal years. That's in the budget. And then the 2 items he was just talking about, the panel and the land application electrical panel, that is currently in the budget. And that could be something that he goes out. More than likely, we'll have to have is that an engineer or not? That's what, that's a little bit quicker engineer than a force main, as you all know. So that'd be probably October, November maybe, potentially come before y'all for the electrical, and then the sewer force main, that's probably gonna be next year minimum before it comes back for y'all, because it's gotta go through design and all that good stuff. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
Yep.
So they put it in here, and then we don't do anything until really August, I'd say, unless it's an emergency. We didn't have a meeting in July, that's why nothing came to y'all. So you'll probably see some bigger items come before y'all in the next couple of council meetings. Did you finish with yours, Brandon? Okay.
So you got
Brandon, I wanted
5
to let you know, the reason why I asked some of these questions, because we wanted to let our taxpayers know that we try to stay on top of these projects where we don't have emergency things that take place that cost our taxpayers even more money because we didn't take care of it quick enough. So the reason why I'm doing this is to clarify with the people that we serve, they're very clear and transparent of what we're doing and why we're doing things to prevent us from having to pay emergency services to come out and take care of problems. So that's the reason why I'm asking some of these questions, just to let y'all know. So,
Understood.
thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This is us trying to be more proactive on
Yes,
replacing a lot of those.
absolutely.
And just, real quick, just so people know the difference between tax money, because anytime they see work, they say, there's my taxes. Well, Tommy Lee Fuller's not paid by tax money. It's paid by user fee money, because it's a stormwater project that caused the road to fail, which stormwater will have to pay for that. So that'll be enterprise money, not general fund money, which is tax money, so. Next, do y'all want to hear from each other briefly, Chief Lowry, briefly from each department? Now we're getting into, like, their 5-year plans may include staff, maybe include, changing something within their departmental, that could be typically be seen as a 5-year plan. As far as capital plans for this year, you do have one other, which is the police cars, but I don't think we need to discuss that. That is purchasing police vehicles, replacements and that's SPLOST funds. All this other stuff is either user fee money or tax money. Kyle's will be, if we don't get the grant for the camera system, it'll be tax fund money that will pay for those couple items in general fund.
Danny, real quick, going back to Kyle's, if after the money's already spent and we do get approved for that grant, will that money be taken back and replace what was spent?
I think if you spend it prior to receive the grant, you do not.
You can't do
That's
that,
the way
okay.
it was with the generator.
Okay.
Because when we bought that generator back in 2020, I believe, and then we got 6 years later told we got the grant we applied for in 2019. We said, well, we already bought the generator. We're like, well, you can't use that money because we didn't approve it. So, no. That's a federal grant, Kyle? So then, no, you cannot use that money.
But it could be used for another project?
No. That money has to be specifically used for whatever he applies for.
So if we get it, we can't take it?
Not if the project's already done, but more than likely, he's probably, will know before we come before you. This
Okay.
is a significant grant.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'll improve our cameras to make sure we use
Yes. But we try not to do it before we get the grant because that excludes the money.
Okay, thank you.
Would y'all like to hear from each of them before we turn it over to y'all? How do y'all want to do it?
Let's hear from the police and fire at least, because I know some, and if y'all have any other data that y'all would like to be added to this, please let Danny, Jeff know, because I just wanted to get some measurable data. For example, with the police, it has their response times, calls per year, and with the fire, calls, stuff like that. But if there's anything else on here that y'all might want to put on there, any other kind of metric that y'all want to measure, just let them know and they can add it to it.
Anything for me? I can give you a brief report on Highway 20 widening that has been postponed yet again. We received word last week. Was it last week, Jeff? Last week from Gresham Smith, which is the firm representing GDOT for engineering. They've now pushed the let date, which is the bid date where they let the project out, what's called let the project out, to December of 2026. So this December, they're projected to let. However, does not affect our utility aid. They still want that money September 1st. So we will be officially coming for y'all probably on August. No, we already got approval for that money, didn't we? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've already got approval from y'all for the $776,000. So we'll probably make that payment next month. Pay for so people watching, that is for the utility aid agreement. It's a roughly $5 million agreement that the state of Georgia is paying 50%, and we got to pay the other 50%. That is to move the city of Loganville's utilities that are located within the right-of-way of GDOT, which that means that is GDOT's property. So we have to move our lines out of their property and move them into the new right-of-way. And then we've been doing this project for a year and a half now for the engineering, but we've been discussing the widening for 10 years, I think. So that is the update on that.
Anything else, Jeff, you can think of? Anything y'all have for me? Any more updates y'all need? All right, Chief.
Good. Thank you, Danny.
Good morning.
Morning, Chief.
Like Danny said, the only thing that we have, of course, this capital project, this in your book is it's 4 patrol cars and 1 truck that will be for the additional code enforcement officer. It's $391,000. It's being funded out of the public safety set aside in the 2019 SPLOST, which has been a tremendous asset for the police department because it's a much more generous public safety set aside than is normally done. I want to say 46% almost. It's been quite a bit of money. It's allowed us to do vehicles and tasers, update our duty weapons, Axon projects with our in-car cameras, body cameras, and a interview room system. On Axon, we did, that was a very large project, all told. It was, all of those together, nearly $400,000. But what we did in that, they have a program they call their TAP program. It's a Technology Assurance Program. So if you opt into that, which of course is an additional cost, but it is not nearly, it doesn't even come close to what it would cost you to rebuy all those items. But on the body cameras, which has already happened, they replaced those at 2.5-year service with the most current model. So we went from a body cam 3 to a body cam 4. It was seamless. They sent them out once we had them all, because you have to do a bunch of setup, and then we returned our other ones, and it honestly was very, very easy. That will be coming up in 27, and I don't know the date exactly, honestly. The same thing will be happening with the in-car cameras. They will sense them. Now, Paul, that works for Ross, is fully conversant fluid and installing those camera systems. He often, like when we buy a new vehicle and we're going to surplus another one, he'll remove that current camera system and install it. He's very good at it. And it's quite complicated. But when you're talking about replacing 24 at once, that's a little more than what Paul can do. So they'll send a crew. Doesn't cost us anything. They'll send somebody out, and it'll be pallets of stuff that'll come in. They'll swap all those, and I'm assuming they'll ship the old ones back. And those are a 5-year service life is what we get for them. And then the interview room system will also be upgraded as part of that TAP program. Which quite honestly will, in all likelihood, take all of those things past where it'll be me telling you what they want to do next. With these vehicles, we do anticipate, Greg is working on some final quotes. Normally, like Danny said a few minutes ago, generally we try to do those after the tax money starts coming in, certainly, because it's a lot of money. But if we can get everything together, and I believe that we will, we do anticipate coming to you at the August meeting to ask for approval, because in talking to the vendors, we need to get that order in now. We don't have to pay for it until we take delivery, but they're going to make all of the EcoBoost patrol vehicles first, which is a twin turbo version that's an additional $3,000 or $4,000 a car that we don't need and we don't buy. But we need to get that order in because they're anticipating delivery not until January. So that would be, the payments would be after the tax money. Now, that would coincide and give Ross and his crew time to get those outfitted if we can get all 4 of these new positions that was approved in this budget and get people lined up for that. And I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to send 4 people to the academy all at the same time. then by the time they graduate, because we won't be able to get them in until December. And now the academy is 16 weeks, so by the time they get through, hopefully all of that will coincide. The only other thing we anticipate having on the agenda for you guys next month is our SRO agreement with Walton County Board of Education. I have already received that agreement, but Dr. Bowman contacted all of us Friday morning by email and said, if you haven't already started the process of getting your agreement signed, hold on a minute, because he's going to the board, and it will still, their vote will happen either 1 or 2 days before it would come to you guys for a vote. On a council night, the sheriff went to him, and he's going to ask for an increase per school. And I think we're going to get it. I think it will probably take us from 63.5, which is where we're at now, probably to 75,000 a school. So we do anticipate that going forward. I want to touch on with the response times. When you look at that, I want to make sure that you understand, give you a different view maybe of it. That is the overall average response time for a call. Now, understand if, for example, we have an armed robbery call that comes out, okay, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, at that point, not only are the patrol officers going, but I'm going, Greg is going, detectives are going. So even if they might be out on the reg that they can't leave, somebody's going to be at that armed robbery call in probably 2 minutes, okay? Now, if there, let's say we got 2 guys working a wreck on Highway 78 and 2 other guys that are on a domestic, and a call comes in, somebody locked their keys in the car, right, which we still do. We're one of the few agencies that still do that for people, unlock cars. It's a lot harder than it used to be, man. But the older cars, we can still get in from time to time. But anyway, well, they're not going to pull off of those things. That's not a very high priority, right? So that call might sit 10, 12, 15 minutes before, and we keep them updated. You know, don't just say nobody's coming right now. Say, look, they're on other stuff. They'll be there as soon as they can. And we keep them updated. So, but that affects your average, right? But for emergency response, accidents with injuries, you know, things like that, robberies, any type of violent crime that's going on, fight in progress, something like that, you're probably looking at close to 2.5, 3 minutes is what you're truthfully looking at there. But it's hard to separate that when you're looking overall without going through 30,000 calls one by one to do that. The biggest difference, and I know I talked to Melanie about this during the budget approval process, if you're looking in our budget, because it gave her alarm, and I fully understand why. There was a significant, I think if you look at the percentage, it's like a 1,300% increase in small equipment for the year. Isn't that about right? But what that, most of that, in fact, almost all of that is one-time purchases necessary to outfit these 4 additional officers, okay? So you'd be looking at things like their firearms, vest, rifle plate vest, helmets, gas mask, different things like that, things that they have to have. So that won't be an ongoing cost of an additional $100,000 a year in that. That's, most of that is one-time purchases, and those things have service life from 5 to over 20 years. So you'll see that levelize going out. The personnel costs really won't, but that kind of thing will level out. I wanted to tell very briefly, because I can feel Danny staring at the side of my head. Just really, really quickly, I know everybody has seen on social media and TV and everything else about these folks that are going around damaging flock cameras. and there's kind of an anti-flock little small movement going forward. We had one that got turned, so it looked at a field, which doesn't really do you a lot of good, not a big problem to fix. But we did have two that they took to the ground, okay? It has become such an issue that Flock is now going to do a program that will be an additional, I think, a couple of $100 per camera per year to help deal with that going forward. It's not very much money, y'all, to get the two that we had repaired. I want to say for both of them, and one of them's because the solar panel that you see on one of those was damaged. The cameras themselves are okay, so it's $1,000 or $1,200, not a big deal. Danny found one covered with a T-shirt. It was on Tommy Lee Fuller, I believe, when they're out there with the big sinkhole. I don't know when it'll go away. The more people keep talking about it on social media, it just fuels it. Walton County has had the same thing happen. I talked to Sheriff Smith, Judge Smith over in Barry County. He's had the same thing happen. I don't know what will bring it to a stop. I get sometimes the concerns about privacy, and quite frankly, what's really hurting law enforcement's argument, and you guys see it, so I'm not telling you something you don't know, is these people getting arrested for misuse.
For abusing them, yeah.
That's what's really hurting us. But I think what's being missed in that is it's the agencies that are doing these things. They're doing their audits and finding that it was misused, and they're the ones pursuing charges or referring it to the GBI. Those arrests wouldn't be happening if the agencies weren't doing the audits the way they were. Now, why these idiots thought they were going to get through that audit and not get caught, I don't know, but I want to assure you that we did it. We do them. And it's random, a minimum of every 30 days, but it's more about every 10 days. And the way that audit works is an overall review of the system and everything that gets entered for a search, right? Not everything that pops up is the tags that it scans. But if I want to look up something, right, I'm working a case and Melanie Long's the suspect, okay, and I find out what kind of vehicle she's got, and then I can go in that system. But I have to put my case number. And if you put it in our system, the way we have it set up, without a case number, it automatically flags. Doesn't even require an audit. It alerts me and it alerts Sergeant Kitchens that manages it, okay? If I don't know the suspect, right, but I've got a vehicle tag, same, you still have to put case numbers in. Flock has been a game changer for law enforcement. I can attest to that. I'm sure, and Jeff would agree with me 100%, when either one of us in our younger and more bulletproof days were working investigations, I'd give you a whole lot of my personal money to have access to a Flock system. I couldn't give you a number of how many crimes we're solving by having access, not just Flock, but all the other technology that's available to us today versus when I was a detective at the sheriff's office years ago. And sometimes, y'all, it's not always the crime of the century. Okay, I'll give you a very easy example. There was a lady whose car got run into in the parking lot of Journey's Inn. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, she came and talked to us.
And I'm not making an excuse. It slipped through the cracks. An officer did go out. He thought somebody else was following up on it. They thought he was, and nobody checked. Shouldn't have happened, but it did. It won't happen again. Well, so I can't remember. I either talked to Melanie or Lisa. I can't remember which one. But anyway, I said, all right, I'm finna donate blood. When I get back, I'll find out. So I get back, go up there. And they already had the footage from Journey's Inn. Okay, well, we know more or less what kind of car we're talking about. And we pull it up, And they searched, all right, there's only a certain number of ways you can get to Guernsey. All right, black Mercedes. Well, there's only so many of those that are gonna go through in a time frame that matches. And literally, y'all, within about 4 minutes, we had a list, and it was 17 vehicles that matched. And we just started and look, who's the driver, right? Because we got a picture of the driver. And the fourth one they clicked on is an 83-year-old man that matched the description. That's our guy. Somebody go knock on his door, and they did. Only when they pulled in the driveway, the whole front of the car is denned in. That's our guy. So even things like that that are not the crime of the century, but they cause us to get phone calls and you guys to get phone calls and Danny to get phone calls, because that's the most important thing to them, right? It helps us with those level of things too. Without that, we're not gonna clear it. So I just wanted to assure y'all that.
Real quick.
Yes.
How many flock cameras do we have? Do you know the number?
Well, we have 20 that
We have 20?
that you guys have approved. There are currently 19 actually installed. There's one more that's still under Georgia DOT permitting. And it will probably, well, maybe not, won't have to be moved in, so there's gonna be another delay on this. It's going on Georgia 20 out near Sharon Church Road. And of course, it'll be in the right of way, and that permitting process, it takes a while, right? And I think the last update I got was it was coming out of the permitting process, so then it's just maybe another week or two and it'll be installed. But with the damage ones currently right now are 17 running. And then we have the county has, oh, I don't know, they got a lot. And with Gwinnett has more than any other county in the country, right? Because not only the PD, but all of those law enforcement agencies in Gwinnett County. So we've got a whole circle surrounding the city. And what we did was plug the holes, basically, Mayor.
Well, I'm glad you addressed the thing, because I do have a lot of people asking me.
Sure,
So you
sure.
have things in place
Absolutely.
that our officers, you will assure our public that they are not abusing the system. There's
Absolutely.
checks and balances in place.
Yes, ma'am.
And, Mayor, to your numbers thing, under the police department, I would like to add that we keep records of how many tickets are issued, how many arrests are made. I would like a crime statistic broken down by the types of crimes, rapes, robberies, property damage. I would like us to see that, because we need to see with our growth if that number is coming down or not. We're fixing to hire 4 new police officers. I want to see some drastic changes from currently to after we hire those officers. Another thing we need to look at, I don't know how we're doing this particular process here, but we need to talk about keeping our city safe and clean. So we need to keep records of the crimes. And I think, Lisa, you had an issue under this topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, if you had to forecast out how many flock cameras you would see us needing going forward, how many more cameras do you need?
I would say right now, I don't want to spend the money on them if we don't need them, if that makes sense, right? I think we've covered all of our state routes and, like, for example, like Old Loganville Road, the ways people can come into and out of the city. And what's happened is helped us out and allowed us to move some around. Like, for example, one place we were going to put one on Highway 78 initially in the first 10. Well, Gwinnett PD put one there, so we got to move one out, over on Old Loganville Road. I think once we've had, because this second group is just now fully coming online, so I like to take, 6 months or so and let me see, and if my Sergeant Kitchens is a guru with it, he's a lot more technical savvy than I am, can produce stuff in it that honestly I don't know how to do. But whatever I tell him I want to see, he can do. And let me evaluate and see, are we going to really get a return on our money if we add them? And we're also seeing too, Just, for example, Lowe's has got them, right? And, you know, we get, fortunately, a lot of calls about shoplifting at Walmart, right? Well, that's where we're putting a camera, so it'll help us come in and out right there, things like that. So I think for right now, honestly, and I know it may seem odd for me especially to stand up here and tell you I don't want to buy something, but I think we would be better served. Let me look at it in maybe December timeframe. Look at it so we can evaluate it for getting ready to prep for the next budget and see if we do need to add something.
Well, yeah, just so you know, flock cameras have become one of my favorite topics to talk about it, because you've taught us.
It's a game
And we just saw the Journeys In, what happened there.
It's a game changer.
They solve crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
And for me, the more we have, the more it sends the message out to people, don't come to our city, because if you do, we're going to flock you. We're going to catch you.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you need more flock cameras, let us know.
I will.
And code enforcement, so that's approved in the budget. When do you
Yes,
see
ma'am.
us posting that position and hiring that position?
Well, to make everything balanced, we had to do the same thing with the police officers and code. We had to move it a little further. I think truthfully having them going through the selection process, hired and out in a truck, first part of the year, truthfully, somewhere in there. Not November, somewhere between November and January, right
Okay.
in that time frame. To give us time to select, you know, we gotta go through the whole, because they're under us and work under the police department, and they're in a building that has GCIC everywhere all the time, their background is very similar to what we have to do for police, and they have GCIC access, so they can run, like Brandon can run tags and driver's license and all that. So that requires a more in-depth background in history than it does, like when he was originally hired for the city in another department, he transferred to us. So we may not have to do that part of it, but we'll have to do what meets the PD standard, GCIC standards. It takes.
So you have already posted the job and you've been
No,
taking
we haven't.
applications?
We haven't posted.
Okay.
yet, but it's coming.
Okay.
But you're staggering the police positions as well, but so are you
Yeah, in
advertising?
order to make the numbers work for the budget, you know, Dan had to push it out, because then it changes how much money I need in personnel from whatever that date is till the end of the budget, but yeah.
But
Yeah,
like-
they're the same way.
But the first position's advertised already or soon?
No, we have not yet, because, and here's the reason for it, is when we can get them in the police academy. If we start interviewing these officer candidates now, they're most likely gonna be somebody that's not already certified. I mean, we've got one guy now that's for a current position, not one of these four, right, that, will be starting the academy in August, right? So he will start with us soon, and then we have some pre-academy training we do and all that. But if I advertise it now in July and people start applying, and I say, well, look, but I can't hire you till December, they're gonna go somewhere else, and we don't wanna lose them or mislead them. And most people, I mean, you know, you can't hold out that long, right? And the way we've had to do it, honestly, but it's not so much posting it, because we've struggled over a period of time with, just like everybody else, with recruiting. It basically doesn't ever close. You know, Ansley basically leaves it open. So, I mean, people are applying now. And we are looking at, so if we get an exceptional candidate, then yes, we're gonna talk to them, you know, certainly. I mean, we recently had one come over, surprisingly, and we hired somebody from Gwinnett County Police Department, which is very unusual. It usually goes the other way. The smaller agency guy goes larger, but he wanted to work in a smaller town. And he grew up here, went to high school here and all that. So we did fill one of those positions with a certified officer.
So in addition to the 4 officers
Yes,
that
ma'am.
we're going to be hiring, how many also empty spots do we have?
I've got counting everybody, I'm not, the guy who hadn't started, I'm not counting him, but 5. One more from what my previous approved staff was, and then 4 additional, so 5 officers, and then 1 code enforcer, so a total of 6 under the whole PDO.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a couple of questions,
Yes, ma'am.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
They're pretty simple. What type of recruiting process are we using, or do you need some additional
Well, that's actually a
leverage
good
and
question.
help with your process?
That's a very good question, and that's something that I look at honestly on a continual basis. What we're finding, what everybody is finding, that the typical ways of recruiting police officers are not working anymore, okay? The sheriff, when he had to hire 75 people in a very short period of time, they actually hired a marketing consultant to find out. And that's the first thing they told you, look, all the stuff you've been doing doesn't work anymore. When you put out a video and you talk about we got great benefits or this or, you know, or we got a great retirement system, all those things, they're not, because now you're getting these folks that say it's a 25-year-old. They're probably not going to make a 25 or 30-year career. That's just the truth. That's what the statistics are showing, okay? So what they told them was, said they want to see blue lights and hear sirens, and they want to see guys in SWAT gear, and they want to watch canines chasing people. And if you think back 6 or 8 months ago at the stuff that the sheriff's office was putting out, that's what it was. And it worked. It worked. They did very well with it. I don't know what that cost them to do. The other thing that people are using, and it has been pretty successful, just off the top of my head, Bear County, Snellville, Lawrenceville, So Circle recently implemented, Monroe and the sheriff's office has implemented, is they're not really addressing their base pay, you know, because we're still pretty close on that. But what they're offering is incentives. And we tried before, Danny approved to do a hiring incentive.
Sure.
Right? And truthfully, we found the same thing that most everybody else found. It really didn't make that much difference. Okay? What these incentives are is things like if you come in and you got a bachelor's degree, you get an additional 2%. If you have intermediate certification or advanced certification, you get an additional 2%. And, you know, if you got military service or whatever, however you define those type of things. If you got 5 years experience, you do that. That started in Metro Atlanta, I think, with Roswell. And they offer some huge incentives to where a slick sleeve patrol officer can walk in the door and make almost $80,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not competing with Roswell.
I understand.
You know, I'm competing with those. And talking to the sheriff and talking to Chief Guest and So Circle, they both believe that those things are helping. But in order to do that, what you got to do first, if the people you got working for you meet those, you're going to have to address that too.
I understand.
Because if you try to bring somebody in at, let's say it's $6,000 a year more than what you're paying this guy that's been with you for 5 years, well, he's going to leave.
Yeah. So
And-
we're
and
having
I don't
a
wanna lose them.
retention, we're having a retention issue is what
Well,
you're telling me.
no, we actually do
Or not.
really good on retention. It's, you know, I mean, we lose one here and there, but it's not that many. We have a lot of people that are with us with, you know, over 10 years of service, which is a great thing. But that's what all these people that do personnel recruiting and marketing for, that's the direction that the hiring is going, is offering these type things to reward you. Now, the cost of something like that, I think we all know is pretty significant.
I understand.
To do that. I mean, I don't think we're at a point where we got to have that yet. Will we get there where we're going to end up having to do that in order to attract people? We might, truthfully, we
Sure.
might. don't
I just
think we're
wanted to
there
bring
today.
that to council's, and to the mayor, to their attention is, how can we do better about getting employees to fill out applications?
Well,
We offer a really great multiplier here. We're at a
Oh, yeah.
3% multiplier,
Absolutely.
which is really good.
Absolutely.
But I wanted to bring that up
and
where
I-
you could kind of
And I
discuss
think
that.
what that's addressing is not the, 25-year-old guy that's worked construction and always wanted to be a cop and now, because he's not going to meet any of those instances. So he would still be at your base entry pay. It's being done to try to bring in certified.
Thank you for
Yes, sir.
that. Also, I wanted to back this up too. I want to thank your staff for showing
Yes, sir.
more presence that we have asked for. We are noticing them staged in different locations to let them know that they're being recognized, that we do have a police department. And I want to continue to encourage you and your staff to continue to do that presence, because it is well recognized from what I've been seeing from our taxpayers. I wanted to personally let you know that.
Okay.
Thank you so much for
Thank you.
that being done, and continue that. Thank you.
Do you feel Tim breathing on your neck?
I was about to say, thank you, chief.
One last thing, Rick, just to let y'all know, I know everybody saw it with the officer that helped get the guy out the window. We did recommend her. I sent a recommendation to, Piedmont Walton does the First Friday Hero, and she was selected for.
Awesome.
So she'll be getting that award August the 4th.
And that will
Would
be
you
where
remind me
at-
about
ma'am.
that? Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
real quick, Tom, before you come up here, I gotta use the bathroom. So I'm gonna call for a 5-minute break, and when we get back, we'll go through Tim real quickly, and then we'll jump into it, and we have all the departments here, so in case we have questions, they're here to answer questions with Danny. A 5-minute break.
Brandon's going potty. He just announced it. Bill too. Hey, glad to see it. You know
Time for me to
it.
stand up here and give my
Love
spiel.
it. I saw you sneak over there.
I thought I was being discreet.
No. It was funny, actually.
Supposedly, he needed the keys to the sub truck. I think one of his guys on the water. No, I think I think one of the water guys that was in the sub truck somehow got in a water truck, and instead of actually making it back to the box or wherever it's supposed to be, it got that water truck. And in the middle of the night, it was the middle of the night. They needed the truck tire. Was that the truck he needed? That's the truck he needed. So that's the reason why he worst case, it could have been dropped off. Probably, it could have been dropped off Monday, this would have never happened. They just showed up in emergency Saturday, they'd done what they did Monday, then it could have got tired. It's bad time. It had last Sunday. Well, Joe calls me at midnight, guess what? It's going down. My alarms come through. I gotta live. Well, I mean, after 9:30, my phone was called do not disturb. You're not on that thing, it'll not ring. It'll ring, but I won't hear it, you know what I mean, like in my bed. It'll make you stand up. I get it. It happened last, normally like, I just can't make sure it happened last year. But I do it because usually you get motion, the way your building's set up, you get a door motion. Last Sunday, it was literally, y'all got padlocks on them doors, right? So you have to either come through an office or that back, so that puts it back.
All right, everybody. Thank y'all for allowing us the break. Chief, would you mind coming up? As you know, this is a little different of a meeting, so you might see some of us eating or drinking. I don't think we're doing that because we don't respect you or the office. We do. We're just also hungry and thirsty.
Absolutely. Good to see y'all this morning, Mayor and Council. So to address some of the talk that's already been mentioned, I think one of the questions, Mr. Mayor, you was mentioning was about the national response times. So the average national response times for fire services is between 5 to 7.5 minutes.
Okay.
So what I'd like for y'all to take in consideration, also the public, is a lot of things go into consideration when it comes to response times. A lot of times people think that the response time is from the time you call 911 until the time we get there, and you know, that depends a lot on when 911 actually dispatches us a call, depending on how busy they are. We all know that the city is split between 2 counties, so if you dial 911 on the Gwinnett side from a cell phone, you're getting a 911 dispatcher. Well, I'm dispatched by Walton 911, so then that call has to roll from their dispatch to my dispatch, and so there's a little process. And then also, it depends on the day. The fire personnel, they're responsible for getting 240 training hours every year. Obviously, we don't have the capabilities to allow those firemen to come in off duty to get those training hours, so a lot of times they are in the middle of training every single shift and have equipment off the truck and different things of that nature. So that plays a part in their average response time as well. I think they do a very excellent job in the service that they provide, the way they provide it. My guys would love to go, so I'm not going to say they're not doing a good job with response times, because as we know, these apparatus aren't designed to drive like NASCARs.
Yeah.
And nor do I want them to do that. But just to answer that question, and then the other thing, let's see. You mentioned ISO. We do have a Class 2 ISO rating. A lot of things goes into that ISO schedule. Water supply, how many fire stations we have, the number of miles between a resident and a fire station, the number of feet between a residence and a fire hydrant, our 911 capabilities and things of that nature. ISO, to get maximum credit for everything, they expect you to have 4 personnel per fire truck, 4 personnel per ladder truck, to get full credit. We get partial credit for what we have. And then, the 240 hours of training, we do that not because the state requires us that, but number one, it makes us very proficient at our job, but also that's how we're able, at no extra cost to the city, get full credit for training. Just like with our Fire Prevention Bureau, with the Fire Marshal's Office, we get credit for doing fire inspections, we get credit for doing fire investigations. One thing that makes us a little different from the surrounding departments and jurisdictions is, to my knowledge, we are the only fire department that I'm aware of that responds to priority 2 and 3 medical calls without an ambulance service in-house. That was something that was started years ago when Mr. Roberts was the fire chief, and that's something that I have continued that, and as long as I'm standing before you, I won't do away with that. The county is very limited on ambulance resources, and I put myself in family members and residents' shoes. If my grandmother was laying on the floor, I would not want her to have to lay there and suffer for 15, 20 minutes waiting on an ambulance to come from across the county when I have a fire truck a block away. So that's just the level of service that we have chosen to provide. But it also comes with, our minimum standard is a lot higher than other fire departments. Just to brag on the kind of employees that we have in my department, I'm very proud of everything that they do, and willing to do the extra steps that it takes.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Not related to any of this.
Okay.
We recently voted for the remodels. I'd like to know, are we on schedule with those remodels, and what's our completion dates on those?
I think Dustin could, I know that we are a little bit behind. They had some issue with the flooring company. I think it took a pretty good bit of extensive time getting that old tile that was original to the building up and out of the way before the actual repairing of the walls and the painting and stuff like that could take place. But I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe a week or a few days that we're going to do our final.
It's about 98%. We got some blue tape wall. Finish is where we're at. Hopefully midweek, he'll turn it over to us, go home to it, make it worst case Friday.
Awesome.
He said he's got a little project somewhere in between, but on schedule to get him straight to PD to get that section of the job next. And then at some point, through the scheduling and all that, we'll figure out how to shift 15 back to 16 and do it all over. But we're on almost done with 16.
Okay, thank you.
We're very excited about that. Although the guys, you know, they have, they're a lot closer together because there's a lot more people in the station, and they've really enjoyed their bonding time with one another.
Any other questions for Chief?
They really have, actually.
Well, you got one?
I do have a question. I know you're not going to like this answer, but it is for our near future, but also to educate our council as well as our citizens as well. I do know that the county is struggling just somewhat with paramedics. Do you feel within the next couple of years that we could possibly create where we have cardiac drugs for our citizens, and what would it take for us to move to that next level? Because I do know in the city of Loganville, they do offer a amazing service far as with their fluids, their EpiPens, dealing with diabetic patients and stuff. That, I mean, they cover it hands down. They're awesome. But we do run into not having cardiac drugs, which is to restart the heart. We do have the Lucas devices, but we are still struggling with that cardiac part of it. What do you feel, Chief, and what direction do you foresee with that answer of taking us to the next level, and what steps would it take? I know I put you on the spot on that one, but
That's okay.
speak freely and let us know what we can do to help you.
So number one, takes a special person who embraces fire and EMS. Some just want to do EMS, some just want to do fire. There's not a lot of people that embraces both aspects of that. To be brutally honest with you, I fought it for years, and you know, I'm sure you remember several in Walton County fought it for years. I'm a fireman. I'm not a ambulance person, you know. But in order to do that, number one, we would have to have the money to fund someone to be at a higher level. We would have to look into seeing what the requirements would be for our medical license, because I'm restricted based on protocols, staffing, equipment, medications. The state of Georgia dictates what level of service they're willing to give me a license for. So that would have to also be looked at and seen about. You know, it would be great. You know, it would be great to have a swap out program with medications and stuff, because just like everything, it has an expiration date. And unfortunately, just like with our fluids and things of that nature, it's a cost of doing business, but we discard a lot of that does not get used on calls.
Okay.
And so you would have that cost associated that could possibly be a waste. I look at it like this: if one call we're able to save one life, then you know it's worth all the discarding of what medications we have to discard. Yes. But that is an associated cost as well with going to that level of service. Yes. That would have to, you know, I look at it like this, and I tell every one of my staff, you know, when you sign up to do any kind of public safety job, you're signing up to be a servant, and in my opinion, being a servant means meeting the needs of the citizens that you provide for. So if there's anything that we can do as a service to provide a better service, I'm not closed-minded about that at all.
Thank you.
I would just have to look at all the logistics of it to see exactly what kind of impact it would be.
Sure. So I think that would be a great asset to bring into our city, is being able to bring cardiac drugs into our city that y'all are probably not aware of, that restarts the heart. It's a huge thing that I believe, I mean, we can't put a price ticket on life. So really think about what our chief is trying to say about that. We really need to move our services up a little bit more. Whatever we have to do to try to do that, to accommodate our citizens with those services, is very crucial. So
I agree 100%. I don't think my It sounds like before council would be in the middle of that, you would need to go to the state and find out who can do that and what.
That's
But
what I
I
was
think we don't want anybody to pass away just
That's
because we
right.
don't have a drug.
That's what I was gonna suggest, to see if council is okay with allowing chief to go out and give us some numbers
Sure.
and data, and then bring it back to us when he's ready.
Chief, you'd have to also change your whole program, your minimum requirements, because right now, minimum requirements for the city is EMTI or A, now A, I'm sorry, but that would require paramedics.
But that could be brought in, if
Right.
I'm not right, we hire for that specific.
Correct. You would have to
Position,
hire,
right. Okay.
you can't make it a requirement for current employees to do it.
That's
You
right.
can offer it to them and give them incentives, but you cannot require it because they're already employed. So we started this in 2007 when I made a requirement to be all EMTs. That was a requirement.
Yes.
And we're there now, but it took 6, 7 years to get that in process, 6, 7. So yes, if that's something y'all would like to see, that's something chief would definitely change, but it would also raise our minimum standard, which is the minimum pay, all that stuff. So it's not just buying drugs, because the state would be like, sure, but you gotta have a paramedic around the clock on every truck.
Yeah.
24/7, 7 days a week. If you can't get it, then the meds come off. So when we first started the EMTI program, I was the first EMT in the city, full-time. If I took off, because there was no part-timers that had it, if I took off, then the equipment has to come off the truck, and you had to notify the state.
Yes.
That's why we started getting more and more people making a requirement. So, example is, if you want to be an officer, and Wes knows where I'm about to go with this, if you want to be an officer in the city of Loganville from a sergeant to a lieutenant, you have to be a paramedic. That's where we made EMT a requirement for the current employees. That's how you bridge that gap. So there's a little bit more to it than just calling the state, but just make sure y'all are fully aware of that.
I think that if we could like word it like paramedic with firefighter 1 or 2 with certain requirements, maybe we can figure that out. But Mayor, I really appreciate you backing me up on that. But I think our city is ready for that next level to help our chief to develop and bring our standards even higher, because
Easy.
Gwinnett, our sistering city, our county, they're actually offering that. So I feel like we should up our game and try to bring that on the board.
A part of this whole conversation, the thought process of doing this, because if we're gonna change expectations
Sure.
of staff, this is when we let them know, so that will have to be discussed upon. So this is really adding to why we needed this.
And
Okay.
just
Thank you
so
for
the
backing me
public
for
knows,
that.
and y'all know, right before I became the city manager, I tried implementing paramedic. We offered it to the employees. We offered more money. We had 2 take us up on it. They just couldn't pass the program. It's a 2-year class. They
very
couldn't pass
intense.
the class, so they didn't get
Once
the
we
money.
get all
But
the
we tried it.
information and all that, we could probably make a better decision on it. It's a little like too
And
new right
sometime-
now. We might not all be experts on it.
Yeah.
But once we hear from the staff and see the best way, then we can make a better decision.
And it dictates, the kind of people, like, I know for a while, Gwinnett did a Zero to Hero program to where, you come with no certifications whatsoever, and you didn't work a truck until you were firefighter 2 paramedic. And then when they started losing people started retiring in droves, and then they didn't have the applications or the numbers, then they had to lower their standard. And so then they started bringing back EMT basics. And so it does ebb and flow with the number of applications you get, the number of interest you get. Like Mr. Roberts said, I couldn't hold anybody who currently worked for me to that standard if they chose they didn't want to do it. So it would have to depend on the applications that came in with that being the minimum. But it is definitely something I'm willing to look into if that's your wish.
Yeah, we have a lot of elderly people that live in our city, so I think that's important.
And another expectation thing I know has come up in the past is usually like when we ask for something, sometimes it'll take a month, other times it'll take 6 months. And I think us as a council, we need to kind of decide if we ask for something, do we want to say like within 90 days? And if it's not within 90 days, come back and be like, hey, I'm working on it because of this X, Y, Z. something like that, just
what-
so we kind of have something in place.
Yeah.
So if we like say something like, well, didn't we talk about that like a year ago? We've never heard anything about it. Not saying that's coming from you, chief, or anything like that. I
hope not.
But
I
just go
learned-
ahead. I'm not trying to, I just thought it was a good point to kind of go ahead and, so we know like when to expect. But I know like some things I need engineering and stuff like that. If we talk about it, it takes longer.
The biggest thing is gonna be, doing the research of other departments that require paramedic, because to be honest, I wouldn't even know where to begin to put a price tag on an entry-level paramedic, I can tell you that like, Walton EMS, they pay their paramedics stupid money. But they're primary EMS and they ride an ambulance every time. They're not dual certified, so that's another consideration. I would have to poll just the departments that had fire and EMS blended together, to see what their pay scale and rank system look like, to be able to start. So I would say, within a couple months, I would be able to have something that I could bring back and have some kind of explanation for you.
All right, thank you so much for
Appreciate
that.
you, chief. Anything else?
Just so I understand too, so we have Walton County ambulance
Correct.
on the Walton side. What do we have on the Gwinnett
Gwinnett
side?
Fire.
And then what was, and I really kind of lost you on what you thought of the future. So what did you?
So we depend on Walton EMS on the Walton side of the city, and then Gwinnett Fire runs, they are a blended fire EMS division together. So they provide ambulance service to the Gwinnett.
Chief, you need to explain the difference between why we rely on, not because of fire, for transport, for you need to explain that to them.
Transport. So yes, so for transport capabilities on the Walton side, we have Walton EMS. They are an ALS service, Advanced Life Support. They carry all the advanced cardiac drugs, everything that Mr. Johnson's talking about. On the Gwinnett side, it's Gwinnett Fire that has the transport capabilities and the ALS services as well. So we do depend on both of those two entities. We are able to, get there and start life-saving efforts, and then when someone with a higher certification arrives on scene, then that patient care gets transferred over to them.
Okay, but you aren't suggesting that we needed it our own, is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay.
To be honest, so the way the state's set up for transport capabilities, each entity is given a geographical area, and the only way that the city could take over or have their own ambulances within the fire department or within the city at all would be if Walton was willing to give up their portion.
Right.
And Gwinnett was willing to give up their portion. We couldn't just take it from them because, they already have that geographical area.
I want to make sure I'm clear on this. What I'm requesting for the cardiac drugs to be on the engines. We are not transporting, but we can work that cardiac arrest, and we can give the proper drugs that is necessary for a course of at least 30 minutes to withstand of life. That's where I'm going with that. That will be on the engines, or a QRV, which is a different vehicle that we could possibly look into for the near future for our city.
Well, you brought up a good point. So when we do have to have life-saving measures brought in from Walton or Gwinnett, what's that average response time?
To be honest, I'm ashamed to say this, and it's not of any fault of ours. It's a dispatch issue, like I mentioned earlier about the time it takes Gwinnett to roll. A lot of times we're either arriving at the same time as Gwinnett EMS and fire, or sometimes they're already there. And it just depends on how much time it takes dispatch to roll that call and notify us. And then on the Walton side, typically they arrive. We do have a med unit in our city that's housed in our station, and typically they're arriving with us. There are cases that it's already out on a call, and then we're looking at a med unit from Walnut Grove down at Station 3, or even Bowl Springs or HD8.
So we're not talking 15, 20, 30 minutes. We're talking
No, ma'am.
fairly quick response for an...
I would say probably the most that we have to wait on a med unit may be 10 10 to 12.
And that's a
on
life,
average.
for some people, that's a life.
It is, but there again, there are some things like, early CPR, early AAD, early, defibrillators and, the Lucas device. I mean, our citizens are not suffering in any way when it comes to the mechanical side
Right.
of life-saving efforts. And to be honest, the Lucas device by itself, we've had a substantial amount of success over traditional CPR. It takes all the thinking and the emotion out of it, the fatigue, it takes all that out of it, and you're getting proper depth, proper rate, proper everything. Where, the old days of us just, trying to do the best we could do, you get fatigued. Some people are hesitant because if you're doing effective CPR, you're breaking ribs, some people, that they're hesitant about doing. And I can't tell you how many times over my career that I've ridden to the hospital in the back of an ambulance, holding the bar with one hand and trying to do CPR with one hand on the other side. It's just not effective. So you didn't have a lot of conversions doing CPR that way. We've had a tremendous amount of success with the Lucases in the conversion of life.
What about stroke victims? Do you have the capability to handle that with the engines?
No, ma'am. We have basic life. We're considered a basic life support where we have fluids that we can give somebody if they've suffered a traumatic incident where they're bleeding out, or if they're in traumatic shock, stuff like that. We handle OB calls. We're capable of doing that, but some
Delivering
of the
babies?
yes, ma'am.
How cute. Love it.
So we are limited on stroke. And to be honest, they have the golden hour rule for a stroke patient, and that's getting them to a facility, to a stroke facility.
Okay.
So with a stroke patient,
So it's an
the
hour
best
you
thing,
have.
correct.
Okay.
The best thing
Okay.
that you can do for a stroke patient is get them to a stroke facility.
Okay. I knew there was some sort of time frame
Yes,
in
ma'am.
there. An
Yes,
hour's,
And to be honest, I don't know that there's a lot of medications that can be given. I mean, they need to be in a neuro hospital.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks again to everybody. I know we kind of had a curveball going to executive session earlier, kind of limited our time on this, but that's okay. So this is really all about council. What do we want to see going into the next, 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
Food is here.
Yep, so can we go ahead and get the food too, by the way? So it'll be like a working lunch, so y'all can go ahead and start eating and snacking, and we can, I guess we could break bread together while we.
If y'all can y'all want us to bring it to you, you just want to go get it and come back?
We can just go get it and come
Okay.
back. Oh, it looks like they're already coming, because I thought they were already in boxes. We do get them real quick and come back.
Do we have enough for the staff and all, Danny?
Yeah, the staff and everybody this evening.
I hope so.
blueberry muffin. Thinking I'm gonna feel bad for her and put a chicken in there. I think you should. I will. I'll give her a little piece. She doesn't eat table scraps, she'll stare you down, so you gotta give her a little something.
I had read where they had these lunch boxes out, so this is what that is. That's neat.
Oh, we get a ten? Are you gonna go in there? Oh, we had a call yesterday where they needed an EpiPen because they eat some nuts.
I'm not allergic to them, I don't think it'll be crunch, I won't nut to food, but if you wanna give me food, a bowl of, peanuts and pecans, that's fine, I'm not trying to sell it.
Got it.
Any council members left after this military increase? She stepped down because she's getting remarried and moving to Shambles. So she'll be leaving the city, so she just went ahead and stepped down. Makes money because we do short-term rental.
Make sure you got stuff on your mouth. I'll tell you. I would tell you. Actually, I'm the guy that would clean it off, you know? I'd actually get it off there from that guy. Just sit still for a minute.
Anyone that's gonna straighten your collar and take the lint off of you.
That's what I do. I mean, it is what it is. Oh, absolutely.
Did y'all see the bananas?
He'd be good. At least he would be.
All right, we're gonna kind of come back together. If we're eating a little bit and drinking, we'll all understand. I'm glad everybody in the room has got a little bit of food in them now, and we'll just get at it. So really, this is really what's council visions and priorities. What do y'all want to see? What do y'all want to accomplish while y'all are in office, kind of deal? And let's try and align that with the city. So we got certain expectations that we know that we want to have. The staff needs to know that. So, some of their plans might change over time. And this is obviously just a working plan. It can change over time. It's not anything set in stone, but just getting ideas from council, like, where do y'all want Loganville to be in the next 5, 10, 15 years? I think at the beach.
Well, I mean, to start with, you're not much of a community if you're not a safe community and a clean community.
Yeah.
And also infrastructure, but from my standpoint, and I think planning and zoning standpoint, I think we stand in agreement that we have to look at cleaning up the city. I've talked about a blight tax in the past. It fell on deaf ears. I'd like to revisit a blight tax. I would like to look at getting some of these properties cleaned up. I'd like to look at getting the grass cutting on a more regular schedule. I know they're really busy now, but in years past, it was like a manicured around here. And now I'm seeing some of the city properties that are falling in, that a citizen would have gotten a notice of violation about. So we're gonna have to do better with that. Our police, I think, Wes, you touched on it. a presence. I need to start seeing police cars. If it's the night shift and they're not busy, rather than being in some of the places that they do sit, be out on 78. I know Gwinnett County has the blue lights on their bar that they leave on all the time when they're sitting, because it gets people's attention. I want to see the police more, I want to see them more. I want to see them. And, you know, there's certain streets in the city, when you drive by, the limbs rake, if you have a tall truck, rake across. So just more safety, more cleanliness, more code enforcement, which we're addressing that with the new code enforcement officer. Going ahead and I understand trying to give people a warning, but when we're going back to the same properties, I can sit here right now and tell you 2 properties that I call on continuously and nothing's done about them. We're either not pushing it, or I don't know where the disconnect is, where things aren't getting done.
I hear you, and that's, as y'all have noticed, the people I asked actually come up and speak to us were the 3 areas I thought that we were going to work on the most, because I figured we all know Loganville. We all know the 3 things that I think that a lot of us would agree with. The same 3 would be safety, cleanliness, and we need to work on our infrastructure. I thought that would be the big 3 areas that we would all talk about, and that's why I kind of started the meeting, so we could kind of know what's already in place and see. I know we didn't speak with Jeremy or with anybody else when it comes to like the grass service, so we could always ask them to come up and kind of let us know more about how it works. But I believe there's 3 different departments that kind of do that kind of work now. So it's more than just Jeremy.
Right.
And our guys, when they do the work, they do a great job.
They do.
But even if it's just like, hey, I get calls all the time from people on Bay Creek about the ditches. I grew up with the old riprap. And I say, hey, I'll call it in. I don't know when it'll get done, but it's been reported. I'll call Danny, let him know. But like say we have a schedule for it, maybe like, hey, it gets done every 4 months or every 3 months. So if someone asks me like, yeah, it's due in February, kind of deal.
But so going back to what you said, there's 3 departments that do it, and I'll give you a prime example. The detention pond across from my house. You got one department that cuts the pond, and one department that cuts the road, and one department that does something else. We're gonna have to look at a more streamlined function, because the people that go out there to do any of it should do all of it. Because by the time they've cut theirs on their schedule, and they did theirs on their schedule, this has already grown up, and that never got touched, and that gets done. So we're gonna have to look at streamlining these departments.
Well, let me
I
say
think
that,
I'm sorry, let me say that's more for like staff. Like if we set the expectation and then staff will see what they need to do to meet those expectations. I don't believe we should get into the weeds and tell them how they run their
I
department.
know, but you asked me to tell you what my
no.
expectation was, and I
Yeah, so
gave
the
it.
expectation is we want
Them to
grass
look
to
at
be
that.
better, it's more presentable as a city, but not get into their departments and tell
No,
them
but if
how to
there's
streamline it. But
if there's certain areas, and I don't think every area is that same way, but if there are, that those departments we should encourage them to work together, that maybe they get that on their same schedule, within the same week at
Yeah.
least. What
I
were you
agree
gonna
with
say?
you on that.
I was going to say, speaking of that pond, I think we all would agree that those of us that were sat in executive session and talked about that pond, what we talked about is not what came out of the ground. So I think we all agree that we need some improvements on that area. It's right there off of Main Street, and it is an eyesore.
I agree, and especially with 254 going up for the RFP with the Development Authority, it could be something that's probably done in Jexure. Like right now, we could just keep, get a better schedule about getting it cut and stuff, and go and be thinking about plans, so we can kind of make sure that it all matches and sidewalks and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not saying we have to do it tomorrow, in my opinion, but we need to do it in conjunction with 254. But that's just my take on it. We could go ahead and do everything we want to with it, and then they have to meet up to it. It's either way is fine with me. I just kind of thought we would wait until that project started going.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do think that if you look at Whataburger built a beautiful pond. it looks like a soccer field almost. So if we could do nothing more than just to redo the grass in that area, make it look like Whataburgers.
And I do think that pond needs to be, along with about any city pond, needs to be the example that we could use for developers and be like, hey, that's what we like our ponds around here to look at. Like, yes,
agree.
it's written in all these codes and all that. We need it, here's the pond that we would like
I
to.
mean, the one that the city owns on Lee Bird Road is also not so nice.
So that could be worked into a
But
strategic plan.
I'll just go ahead and
maybe.
tell you that my 10-year plan for that pond would be the pond would be there, but
Mm-hmm.
you cover it over with a parking deck, just a one level. That adds a bunch of parking for the city. So your detention pond's underneath it, but you put the platform up there and it becomes parking for whatever's up at town. That would be like 10, 15 years from now when the town has taken off and everything. But that's gonna be a great location to add some extra parking without having to buy property, because you already
Yeah.
own it.
I will say, I do know, we always talk about parking, and it is important down the line. I follow a guy named Jeff Stiegler. He's written a book that's called Your City is Sick, and it's a very great read, a really downtown guy, one of the modern experts on it. And what he usually says about parking is, he has a lot of stuff to say about blight too. But adding seating won't save a bad restaurant, adding parking won't save a bad downtown. So we need to focus on actually fix the product first, but we do need to have contingencies in place and ideas like that, so down the road, parking will be addressed. But I'm not saying that's the immediate fix, but like you said, 10-year plan, 15-year plan, yes, we need to go ahead and start looking at the overall product.
And the other thing, we touched on it at the last council meeting, an expectation I would like. I don't know what department it would fall under, but looking at some sort of universal or unified trash situation for the downtown area.
Yeah, I think
You ride
that's
behind
great.
the buildings that face the old city hall building, and it's just garbage can, garbage can, garbage can.
That's
Then
our only
you have a
option.
restaurant that has their grease container out there, and you can see where their container is. It's just a big circle of grease around it. We're gonna have more restaurants come into town. We're gonna have to address that sooner rather than later. And I think that's something that whatever department that is needs to start looking at what that cost is and how you're gonna bill the businesses along Main Street.
Yeah,
I think that needs to be
Danny's
something
already
needs to done.
Gone to task on that and is doing some research on it.
Okay.
Because I know there's other towns that's already done that, like, what was it, Winder? It's either Winder or Covington. I always get those two mixed up in my head. But one of them has already done like a unified plan like that with certain stuff. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to make sure it's good for everybody. Because the trash company also has a lot to say in it, because they know how to do the billing and stuff like that with the city on it. So I think that might already be in play, thankfully. But yeah, any other ideas like that to help downtown, I'm all for. Anything on this side?
No, but tell us about, I understand tacos and beer. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That tacos and beer have brought tables in and everything. Any idea when we can?
I'm just the property owner. I'm not the runner or the operator of the restaurant. So I do not want to speak on their personal, private business. If they can reach out to them and let them know, Mario is going to be the guy in charge over there, and he runs Cocina Fuentes in Monroe. So
that again?
He runs Cocina Fuentes in
I've been
Monroe.
there, that's good.
And Mario runs a tight
Very-
ship, really good
okay.
guy. So that would be the one, if you want to talk to anybody, you talk
Right.
to them and
Okay.
go with that. But yeah, it's very exciting. They did get tables.
Yeah, yeah.
Brandon, I want to say that when we talk about having a safe city and a clean city, I totally buy into the broken window theory. And I think that's where it all starts. If we let graffiti sit around for a few weeks, it just sends the message that anybody can come around and do graffiti because we're not looking and we're not watching, we're not cleaning it up. And that turns into trash, it turns into crime. And I think if we just did, if we adopted that broken window theory, if somebody sees something, say something, let's get code enforcement over there right away, get it addressed. If it's graffiti, let's get it cleaned up right away.
Yeah.
Let's stay on top of these things, and over time, I think you'll see that these things will start getting better.
Can anybody, I don't know, Danny's behind me, why we did away with C-Click Fix, the website where people could go on and report a problem with the city, and then it went to wherever and got don't have, why did we do away with that?
I'm gonna get Chief Lowry.
I was gonna say, I think we got a close second for.
Yeah, he's gonna keep the timer. C-Click Fix was changing, they got bought out by, I think they got bought out by Civic Plus. So we did away with C-Click Fix. But we still have that whole feature on the website. So you can still go to the website, you can still report a complaint, you fill the whole thing out. It distributes to the department that it needs to go to, so 90% of the things that come in are utilities based. They go to Brandon's department. Oh, yeah, he was back there blending in with the wall. But, so, yeah, it does. It goes directly to the department that it needs to go to. So, general complaints go to, I think they distribute to Danny or to somebody else so that they can kind of route them to the department. But code enforcement's on there. It goes directly to his inbox, to his email. So he gets code enforcement complaints and stuff.
And I know I've reached out to you previously because I get calls from people. I'm like, you know, you can do this online. I don't mind calling it in for you. I'm happy to help. But there is a process you can do online, and then they could usually figure out. And I don't know how many times they've used it since then. My guess would be a lot, but
I'm actually on there. I get a notification for every single one because it's brand new. We've actually gone through like 3 different types of things for people
Is
to
it on the
submit something.
homepage?
Or
where?
I think it's under the contact drop down. I think there's a contact button up
Is there
there.
any way we can put it, because people don't look for stuff, I didn't know it was on there.
Yeah, I can figure out somewhere else to put it. The problem is, a lot of the way that the website's laid out is according to what the website company told us to do, because they have, like, data on a lot of it. And they're like, well, people will find this here, they'll find that there. And a lot of the stuff we had on our main page, they recommended we removed. But I can talk to them about trying to get, like, a button. There's a picture on the main page, and then there's like triangles underneath it for major services. I can see if we can fit another button there.
Is
or
there a way to
something.
maybe add a banner, a scrolling banner across the homepage somewhere that they could, like, put it in red background or something like that so it kind of catch your eye?
To click, then they would click it and it would go to the complaint thing?
Yes, sir.
Or yeah, I mean, I can do it almost any way. The best thing to do is I'll contact the website company and ask them what they recommend we do. Because all that, the entire website redesign was done by, it was done under like one contract. So depending on what we change and how we change it, some things I can add, but other things they'll have to do, and they might charge us. It's probably not going to be a lot, but I can figure all that out.
Because I get calls all the time, and I'm like, I don't mind making the call. I didn't realize we had that, so thank you for letting me know. I'll let them know, but if, you know how people are, if it's not easy.
If it's not easy to find, they won't
It's
find
easier
it.
to call me or anybody up here, but if it's right on there where they can click it, I can direct them over there and have them.
The new website, the biggest thing we changed about it, Danny wanted to have a giant menu at the top. So really, you don't have to do a lot of searching around. If you hover over those, it's like a strip of the different sections. A giant menu pops open, so almost everything for that section should be there. You don't have to go hunt somewhere else for it. So there might actually be like report a complaint. And if they hovered over services, it would probably says report a complaint. But what's that? Community and then report an issue. So the main banner at the top, one of those menu items, it says community, and then it'll say report an issue right there. But I can also look at those triangles and see what's there, because you can only fit so much. And then the website, when you squeeze it down to fit on a cell phone, then you don't see them anymore because it does this. It's really weird. That's why they recommend keeping it really simple so it's
but
easy.
we could do a community push and have that put out on our social media or something to say, hey, if you see something, say something. Here's a good way. This is how you find it.
Yeah.
Go to the
And
website
maybe
and
we can
stuff,
put it,
direct them
you know,
there.
have Sharon or Christie, whichever they feel needs to go on.
Because I really pushed see, click, fix, and a lot of people quit calling me and they go, I reported that and somebody came out and looked. So if we have something that easy that people aren't aware of, yes, let's push that out so that they start realizing that they have that option.
I had a guy that used to call me about maybe 2 or 3 times a month, and since I told him how to get rid of that, he hasn't called me. So I'm guessing he's using that now quite a lot.
That can go in the utility bill too. We've done flyers in the utility bill. You can have them sent out.
Kyle, could we pin something to the Facebook, the city's Facebook page? Because I see a lot of people look at that. I mean, you know, the likes and all, you can tell a lot of people are focusing on the city Facebook page. Could we pin something like, you know, who you call for this and who you call for that kind of thing, and keep it there.
You're talking about on the actual Facebook page, have it
Uh-huh.
as a pinned comment or a pinned post at the top? Yeah, I mean, we can do almost anything.
And I would,
It could be posted on there.
Okay,
I would
If
maybe,
you need to get in touch with someone for these items, go here to this website or whatever.
yeah.
I'd maybe
could be done.
suggest, because I know we all get our news and information different ways nowadays. We might all be on Facebook. There's a lot of people on a lot of other stuff. And there's some people not even on social media. So maybe if we could ask staff to come up with like a plan on how to do that and then come back with us, because they probably know a lot more about how to reach people than maybe even we do. So instead of just saying, yeah, post it on Facebook, but then, what we're doing, post on Facebook, but half the city still didn't know because we didn't listen and do their advice on going with other forms as well. We do have little pamphlets in in some of these boxes around town that have some of that stuff, most frequently asked questions page. So there are already some procedures in place to let people know how to contact and stuff like that. Good ideas.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, one thing that's nice about this, and I'll just pick on Wes for bringing up about the thing, but maybe having a retreat's great, having the department heads here is good, but maybe we look at each council meeting, having one department head just kind of say, hey, this is where we are staffing wise, this is what we are looking for, you know, this is what, you know, kind of just a 10 minute kind of thing to say where they are and have the opportunity to have a discussion like this, because it's good to hear what, I mean, we may have ideas in our mind, and then there's background, Danny throwing out, oh, well, you know, this is kind of the history, this is what was going on, but, you know, not everybody got to speak or came up to speak today, but it'd be nice to just hear from them periodically and just kind of rotate it around, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if we have, I don't know how many department heads we have, but we have 12 months in a year,
Yeah,
maybe
I
in a
mean-
year's time, we go through the entire department head.
Yeah, I like
Whoever
that.
gets July is gonna hate us, though.
Yeah, I like that
I'll
too,
get
Bill.
that
It's-
out with summer break.
Oftentimes, it's like the staff is over here, they know what's going on day to day, and we're over here, and we oftentimes don't know until it comes before us, and to me, it creates a gap. And for me, I'd like to find ways to bridge that gap, and that's, communication is one of the best ways. So this is great today, but yes, I'd like to see it continue going forward, at least once, one department head every council meeting, come tell us what's going on, so we can continue to bridge that gap.
Yeah, I like that idea too.
Good idea, Bill.
Okay, y'all ready?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank all of our staff and our leaders of our city for taking the time to come here and explain how you do and what you're looking for and what you're doing within your budget. I really appreciate you sharing your knowledge and your ability of what direction we're going. There comes a time that we have to do our jobs here as city council people too. We ask our employees to do things, so there's times that we have to show them what we're actually made of too. So anyway, first of all, thank you for pointing out the areas that needed to be cleaned up. I think those are crucial. I think those are things that are eyesores. Mr. Roberts and Mr. Smith, if y'all can help us with creating a way of any of your ideas or things that your staff can do better, we would greatly appreciate that. So now let's get into the root of things. The first tier goal for our city. First of all, identifying the infrastructure. What I mean by that is I asked Brandon a while ago when we were putting in the pump station, is it going to be something we're going to have to move again? So when we do these projects, it's very important that we do them correctly. We think them through before we execute them. Number one, if we're going to run plumbing lines or we're going to run septic tank lines and all those type things, it's very important that we do it correctly. We don't need to be going in and building something and then having to tear it up. A lot of government, sometimes that's what they do. They go in, they fix a problem, and they don't fix up what's up underneath. Then there's more problems. So that comes along with the second question. How much money do you want to spend? That's another question. A lot of people don't realize things do cost money. When we do projects, we have to think about where we're going to do them, what we're going to focus on. We do have 6 square miles within our city. It's very important that we share and we identify what we're doing within our city and how we're going to execute it. We have to have a plan in place, meaning we need to figure out what direction we want to go, what areas do we want to focus on, and what is the outcome. So I challenge our council to some of these questions. What direction would you like to go? Number one, if you don't have your infrastructure and you don't have everything planned out, we don't want to waste money for our taxpayers. Number two, we have to have a plan in place of how much money it's going to take before we actually do the project. And we have to identify where we want to go with the project and what areas we want to focus on. We're always talking about downtown Loganville. Is that really where we want to go? Is there other areas that we need to possibly think about that might be outside of our downtown that we don't have to deal with DOT or have to fool with them because it's always going to be hiccup? I think we're hiccuping on Georgia 20. It's a year and a half. We still hadn't got the project done. We're spinning our wheels. I feel like the hourglass on the computer, and I don't want to be an hourglass. I want to see projects. I want to see things in place. So those are my first year goals. Where do we want to start and how we want to get there? So I open the floor for suggestions.
I thought we touched on some of those, like you said, for the infrastructure, we kind of already have a plan in place. And when it comes for the money, yeah, we don't all have it up front. And that's how any city, any department, anything is. So that's why you come up with a yearly plan, and I trust our staff to come up with certain stuff. Yeah, so we've already been replacing corrugated pipe to concrete. So we're going to continue doing that. We're trying to get the oldest ones first, or what is in the most need first, according to the experts that look at it. Some of it does take longer because it does require extra engineering. The ones that don't, we probably could do faster. So that is when the money comes in place. That's why we can only afford so many projects a year. But this infrastructure, especially with this new plan, the infrastructure plan that we have, is pretty robust. So it's not like we're taking it lightly. We are trying to, unless y'all want to commit even more money to infrastructure plan, but we got to make sure it fits our budget. And, you know, with us hiring, what was it 3 or 4 new police officers and three fire, we kind of prioritize. Yeah, and code enforcement. So we've kind of prioritized that with our budget right now, because, you know, our 3 things would be, I believe we talked about, was public safety. We want to be in a safe community, we want to be in a clean community, and we know we need to address our infrastructure. So we are doing that. If there's other areas, like I could see maybe asking how many more corrugated pipe do we have underneath the ground in Luganville? And say there's 10 of them. Like, okay, can we do 3 a year or 4 a year until it gets done? But without knowing that, I mean, we could, and then that's when the plan kind of comes in.
Well, now, going back to what you just said, I know that the detention ponds, they do 20% every year, so it takes 5 years to go through them. How often are we checking? Is there a plan in place? I mean, these are things council doesn't know. Is there a plan in place for inspecting? What is the process? What is their requirements? When do they decide one needs to be replaced? I mean,
Okay.
we
That's
need
good.
information like that.
Brandon, would you mind coming up here and tell us how you kind of determine the project's priority list when it comes to replacing corrugated pipe, stuff like that?
Well, it's all based on budget. I mean, and other projects that we have going on that might interfere with some of the corrugated pipe that we have to replace. Now, we know we inspect those. We have an inspector that goes around and checks them on a schedule. And but some of the ones that we're finding, we didn't know about, so we're replacing those that we know are an emergency. But as far as the ponds, we do have a schedule that we go around. They know how many ponds they have, and they keep record of which ones to do. And then we also have an inspector that goes around, and he's pretty much every day checking ponds and going, he has them on a schedule. And we do our notices. We send notices out for them to, you know, make any repairs or cut the grass or clean them up in any way. And a lot of times those go from one notice to the second notice, the third notice. It's a constant struggle for us trying to get HOAs and, you know, in line to be able to get these ponds in order. So
I mean, that's what I was saying. I knew we had a process for the ponds. I was asking if we had a process for the pipes and other infrastructure. So because it seems like we're playing catch-up. We're reactive, not proactive. It seems like there's a broken this, a broken that, and I'm just
Yeah.
wondering what our process is for these different infrastructures.
Let me jump in on this. So yes, Melanie, you're 100% correct. We are playing catch-up. Nothing was done in the last decade and a half of outside the plant. So yes, they do inspect the stormwater as part of their requirements to inspect these drainage issues. The Tommy Lee Fuller was inspected. We noted there was a deficiency. By the time Tommy Lee Fuller or Twin Lakes was worse, so that's why it's in your capital improvement plan this year to start those process. We started this past fiscal year. If you remember, we brought y'all 5 stormwater projects because we started 3 or 4 years ago with bringing a project from every utility because we have to start fixing these issues that we know about. You're talking about $60 million worth of projects over 5 years, or 48 million, I can't remember, but it's a process that we have to do, and that's why we started this year the fund transfer balance that we talk about, moving some money from unrestricted to restricted for these projects. So yes, we knew this, these issues are issues that we identified, but we have to say, okay, what are we going to fix first? Because we only have a limited amount of money unless we just go bond $40 million, which I'm not advocating for, but that's what it would take to fix it at once. But then again, if you fix everything at once, it's going to become an issue 20 years down the road at once. So that's why we're staggering these. So yes, they do inspect the storm systems that are under city roads. If it's not a city road, we don't inspect it unless it's a retention pond. And then, of course, our hands are tied with the judicial system. We have to go out there constantly and make a notice violation, a citation, goes to court. The judge, give you an example, there's this pond that's been out of compliance for years. The judge fined him $700, but didn't make him require, he says, all right, I'm going to give you a time frame to fix it up. So we're going to be in the process of doing the same thing every year. So it's not as simple as saying, hey, it's broke, go fix it. If they say no, we have to go through the judicial system on that. And that's what we do with a lot of these stormwater projects. So yes, to answer your question, we do inspect them and we do identify them. That's done at the budget year. And then, part of my job is to say, all right, guys, give me your top 2 projects and let's see if we can fit them in. Not everybody's top 1 gets it. Brandon's going to trump pretty much most of sewer, and water's going to trump stormwater because it's just a priority. But stormwater is like the redhead child of the general fund.
Are there a lot of grants out there for infrastructure?
There's a lot of, yes, CDBG, thank you, Jeff. We just got notified that we're in the final stage of CDBG. First time in 3 years. We applied the last 3 years, we've been denied. This year is pump station, so we found a sweet spot hopefully. So we're going to get those. That's about the only funds I know. They're not grants, but they're loans, low interest loans, but they're not per se grants for that. Mostly are loans, but they're low interest loans. So hope that answers your question. Okay. We do have a plan. We do try to stick to that plan, but when you go 10, 12 years without spending any money because we're in a recession. I mean, we know it, you know it. Nothing got done because we didn't have the money, but we're playing catch up. It's one of the reasons we're paving 3 miles of road a year trying to get caught up. It just takes a lot of money.
All right, but going back to Lisa's point, though, there's a disconnect between staff and council. So maybe moving forward, we keep those lines of communication more fully open, like with Bill's suggestion, so that we can be more involved in the process.
Say disconnect sounds negative. I'm saying there's a gap. I don't want to say anything negative because I know you guys are all working hard every day. It's just a lot of times I just don't feel like I know what's going on until we come to the council meeting or we get our packet. So there's a gap, not necessarily a disconnect.
That's why I thought maybe seeing the 5-year plan, so we kind of know what's coming up in the future. And if we have questions about it now, we kind of ask about it. And like I said, doing this a little bit more often, at least once a year, will help bridge that gap. So,
I think what you're doing right now is what should be required from here on out.
Yeah,
Every
I
year.
do too.
Absolutely, I agree.
Part
I
of
know
the
it
budget
kind of comes
process.
off a little harsh, and I don't mean it for it to come off harsh. I'm just trying to kind of
No, we all
I'm trying to
understand
move
that.
the mail here.
we get it, and
Uh,
that's why we talked about it so heavily today, was infrastructure.
Yeah,
Not
It's-
only because it came up more recently,
yes.
but because I want people to understand, like, we are doing what we can with the money that we have allowed,
I understand
but
that.
come up with the best practice to make sure this doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
We just set the expectation. It could always happen. Something can always break.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. We're checking off that we're working on some of our infrastructure.
Yes.
And we're moving ahead because we have $2 million. We're hoping we have a grant, right, Mr. Roberts? For that one, pump station?
Yes,
And
CDBG
we're-
is 500-something thousand.
And it's already been put in the budget that we're going to upgrade our electrical issues at the sewer plant. We have 2 different projects, correct?
Yeah, the culvert at like 40, and then the big one, the pump station.
Yes.
Yeah, the pump station is going to be
It's the big
a
one.
multi-year project.
And then
So that
also,
might be split over multiple years in the budget.
also we have existing buildings that have never been painted. They've never been pressure washed. Nothing has been done to them. Those are things that we do need to put in consideration. We talk about cleaning up. We set the presence here of what we expect from our customers. If our city's not doing it, how can we ask our customers to do it? So sometimes we have to look at ourselves in that direction. What are we actually doing to set the presence for the layout and the landscaping and the curb appeal of what we expect? Are we encouraging our business owners to look like maybe what we're eating for lunch, maybe the landscaping of what it looks like, if you can see the box? Those are, those are expectations of clean curb, and it looks nice. That's what we need to encourage for our business owners. We have gas stations moving in. They're on every corner. What kind of enhancements are we encouraging them to give us with the landscaping? Because if you go to Alpharetta, you go to other places, you have expectations.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. So I'm just trying to put out there that to our taxpayers, we're up here working, but these are difficult situations sometimes, and it doesn't mean to come off rude, but we're just pointing out some things that we need to work on. And I want to start seeing some check marks. That's what I run on. I want to see check marks.
So
I don't
we're-
want to talk about it. I want to see some check marks and things in place.
I agree with that to a point until you said you don't want to talk about it.
I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm just
I
saying
think we
that.
probably need to talk to staff
Yes.
first and see what, they may be
We're
in
the
some sort
ones
of
with-
dilemma or pressure cooker or something
Yeah.
we don't know about.
Sure.
Yeah.
So before we start making quote-unquote demand-type statements, I think we talk to our staff and go, where are you at? What do you think?
No, but our
What are
job
you
is
doing?
to encourage our workers. We are to support our workers.
Right.
Maybe you didn't hear me clearly,
didn't.
but I'm saying that when we set the presence of what our buildings look like, sets the tone for the customers, meaning the people that have elected us to come up here to run this city and to move it forward. I know we're limited on money. I understand money issues. That's why I put that on there. What are we allowing for our near future? This year, do we have any additional money left over? We can talk about things all day long, but it all boils down to the money.
It's a zero balanced budget, so we shouldn't
I-
really
I
have
get it.
any money left.
Yeah.
But, no, I agree. A lot of our, some of our buildings, they could be
Yeah.
more beautiful, stuff like that. But I do think that maybe I read this wrong, but I think a lot of us are thinking public safety and infrastructure might be before spending big money on redoing lots of buildings, stuff like that. Like, yeah, some of these small projects like around town, we, get some people to clean the city. We could, organize some other groups. We could we can encourage people to paint their buildings through incentives or something like that. I'm
Yes.
all open to looking to stuff like that.
Absolutely, yes. Incentives for people.
And we have our Build Better Loganville campaign going on, so that should
Yes.
help a lot when it comes to building in the future.
We also own businesses, buildings here in the city. What kind of real estate are we getting back in return? Have we brought that up to council? We have a health department. How many folks of the city of Loganville actually go there? Have we done a study? Have we looked at it? Have we looked at all these things? We have a building over here, that's real estate. That's revenue coming in each month. If we work our numbers right, we have to run this like a business. In real estate, you gotta bring your real estate in.
Oh, I know
If
the real
somebody's
estate
in,
business.
if they in your city and they using your buildings, we gotta get some money back.
Yep,
So,
yep, yep.
I'm sorry, we're giving a free building away. Have we done a study on how many people are going to that
Yes,
facility?
we have.
And what was the numbers?
I don't
What
remember
are
the
they?
numbers, but they didn't justify free rent and sitting over there. We're losing lots of money on that.
That's
building.
right.
How
So,
much longer until the contract's over, Danny? I believe they got at least a year left, right?
Well, we can give
We
them a
can give them
90-day
90-day
notice.
notice.
That's correct.
I don't want to push away something if it's being beneficial to someone and it's serving its purpose for our city people. I'm all about serving our community, but if it's no justice to our city and we're not serving in the right way and we could be getting real estate money back in, we have to look at those. Those are tough decisions that we have to make.
I hear you, and I understand. I believe we've had this discussion before. And I know I might be in the minority now, I might not be, but the people that use that service are in real need of that service. So I don't know if you can even work out the dollar amount per citizen used on it. And it doesn't have to be here, I get that, because the county only has to have one, and they have one in Monroe.
It has to be in the county
Has
seat.
to be in the county
That's in the
seat.
city of
And it
Monroe.
is.
But we had a lot of the places that they need to go to get the food and stuff like that. Now Monroe does have more now, especially with the pavilion. So is that something y'all want to look at and y'all want to see numbers?
I
That's
want to see
something that we
numbers.
could ask for
I think that we
and
deserve
revisit.
to give that to our citizens and for us to know as well.
I've
I
got
think
your
it's
numbers.
important.
Yeah,
Because
because
I did
it
the
was.
study, but it's been voted down twice by council at this point.
Yep.
So we either get on board or we don't. We have to go by how it's voted.
Absolutely.
And it's been voted down twice.
You're looking at $10,000 a month for that
Yes, you
building.
are.
Yes.
We're
So
losing a
that's
lot of money.
$120,000 a year in
That's
your
what I said,
budget.
this building would be paid for, free and clear, had we been charging rent on that building.
And keep in mind,
It's
this
just
is a
simple
government
things like that.
agency. The health department's a government agency.
Yes.
They have a source of funds unlimited,
Mm-hmm.
but yet they have chosen not to go get those funds, and it is a choice, by the way.
Yes.
And it's, when it's government funded and they tell you they can't afford it, it's like, state government, I'm not talking about a city government, state government, and some federal in this case. So, yeah, if the council votes it down,
For the sake
Oh.
of brevity, I think we're gonna have to look at more numbers, if you still have the numbers, all that
I
kind of
do.
stuff. I don't know if it needs to be updated, stuff like that, or
It
if
was
we
just
want to
last
get,
week. hadn't even been a
you
year.
know, we probably could get them to come out and talk to us or something. But for the sake of brevity, let's just do a little informal vote. Who wants to bring it back up? 3, and who doesn't?
3, I guess.
I'm indifferent. We have beaten this dead.
I know.
And I'm looking around, I don't remember who was here during the pandemic, but the health department,
It was a lifesaver.
the health department really, maybe they didn't pay us rent every month, but they really paid their way during the pandemic, for, not just for the folks in the community, but for staff. And I don't know who was here then, and so I got to see that from behind the scenes, but it was invaluable.
I don't doubt that. What I do question is everybody in the country had to go through some hoops and masks and all. Just having a health department in our city might have helped us, but for that period of time, but we have moved beyond that now. And I
Yes.
think we need to move, I think our
Unless you eat that
thoughts need
lettuce.
to move beyond that.
So it's not whether or not we need it, I think we need it, it's, I think what y'all are saying is, do we want to charge rent?
Well, if they're gonna take
Oh,
up valuable
absolutely.
real estate,
That's-
they're gonna have to
Hang
pay
on, there could
rent.
be a curveball thrown here. Hang
So
on a
I'm willing
minute.
to listen if that's what council wants to do.
what if we added to, and maybe I'm wrong for saying this, but you got to say things sometimes. What if we added another wing to this building and used a portion of this building?
This building we're in.
Yes, there's an unfinished area, and we brought them in. I work with people.
We've
I'm
talked
not.
about this.
We-
You're-
yeah,
you're
we
on
did.
point.
I'm
We've already
willing to work
presented
with
that.
anybody on
You're on
anything.
point.
And then we rent that out
Right.
for real estate. I mean, and we get a portion, and they can maybe increase or get funds through the federal government or through the state to help or get some sort of help to finish out our building, to give us a little.
I like that,
something.
because that sounds like a plan, and
Yes.
that has my ear, but just like the last time, it seemed like we were just wanting to put them out on the street immediately, and that was
Yes.
not a plan.
And that's why I'm coming back. I'm willing to, I'm just throwing things out on the table. This is open discussion.
So is that something
Yeah, 'cause
council would like our staff to look into, how much it would be, and if it's even feasible for them to move into the unused wing over here at City Hall? And just get us some basic numbers together.
It wouldn't hurt. I
We,
mean,
we did this, y'all,
And-
and it was the sewer system and the water system, because every room has to have water and sewer for washing their hands and everything by the law. We looked at that, and it was going, I didn't get a quote, but if y'all asked me to get an engineer to study it, I mean, that's something I can't do myself, of what it's gonna cost to rip up all the concrete floors, put new sewer in, is it gonna flow? So, that was one of the issues. I'm sorry? Yes,
Yeah,
that was the biggest, because,
Well,
and it shares a common attic, or a common
Can-
return.
I know that they put the heating and air in that building. Can they help out with maybe some of that expense to not maybe retain of any type rent, but maybe a wash? Does that make sense?
You're saying them pay for the renovations over here in lieu
Yes.
of rent?
That's right.
Yeah,
And
I
we
mean,
do
yeah.
some sort of, we do a free rent for a certain amount of time. I mean,
If it can be done, can it be
Yes.
done, Danny? It's just costly, or can it
Anything
not
can be done, it just gets down to the cost. I
Okay.
don't think it'd be feasible for that cost, that's just my opinion.
I mean, we want to work with them as much as they work with us. We have to be that
Councilman
way.
Johnson, to answer your question, they've had 3,040 people is what they turned in the September 25 meeting.
All right, but how many of those with the city of Loganville?
It doesn't break it down that way.
See.
It doesn't matter, if I work in Beaufort and I need to use their service, I'm gonna go on my lunch hour in
Yeah.
Beaufort. It's a government service that's offered
Got
to
it.
everybody, not,
Can
The
we,
only way they broke it down was by number of residents in the zip code of 30052. Out of the 1,658, 1,059 were out of that zip code.
do you think we can get some assistance from the state because we're a joint between Gwinnett and Walton as a sister building for a health department?
No, because it's considered an enhancement with the SDS. So
Got
now
it.
you're getting into SDS.
Got it. I was
And
just
it's
throwing
not
something out
required by
there.
law, so you
Yeah.
got that going against you too.
But we'd have
I mean,
to-
if you go to the state.
So we'd also have to change the SDS if we got rid of that. Which I'm also not in favor of getting rid of. I'm fine with keeping them here somewhere. I just feel like we want to work with you, but you got to pay your own way over here, and there's going to be God knows how much. That's just a way to say we don't want you here, because we
But hold
know
up.
there's no way for them to.
Do we have any other real estate that we could put them in a smaller building and still receive the same service, but maybe not as big of a facility that we can offer them than that size of a building?
No.
No.
Okay. I was just thinking outside of the box.
Absolutely, ask all the questions you want to ask, because that's what you're gonna have to do to resolve this, I think, is think outside
with a
of the
plan.
norm.
So we got about 17 minutes left. Is there, I'm not trying to say
I
to
understand.
put this to
I get
bed
it.
or
I get it.
anything. If we want to look at this later,
Well,
I say bring it back up, but
I thought this was all what we're supposed to do, is kind of put these ideas out. It's
Put
not
these
like we're
ideas
gonna try
out.
to solve it today. We don't want the city
Yeah, I
to
mean,
do
we're
what
just
you
throwing
said, but-
ideas.
But, I mean, surely we can come back, look at that, what's the long-term future for the rest of this building? I mean, there's areas that,
Thank
I mean,
you.
we had HVAC that's not working, we started having mold, that type of thing. We've fixed, we fix what we
Floods, we
can.
had
So, I mean,
floods
it's,
recently.
that ought to be something that we come back around and talk about.
These are great things. It seems like sometimes people are it's not that, it's just business.
So,
When you're at the table for
Exactly.
business, it's business. It's
Right.
not, it's
We're
throwing your
not
ideas
complaining,
and,
we're
no.
not, we're
Yeah.
just trying to get
No.
problems solved.
That's right. We're
You
looking
gotta
at
talk
different
about it to
ideas.
get them
Yes.
solved.
correct. So you brought up this building. Do you want to talk any more about it, or do you have any ideas?
No.
Or what do you want to do, or, well, if it came up, I just figured we discuss it. Do we have any thoughts long-term on this building?
It's sitting on a lot of land,
It is.
and it's old.
It is.
And I think eventually, I don't know when that event will happen, but I think eventually, yeah, we're gonna have to give it serious thought. We've got other things, projects we can build on now.
Exactly. Like next to the library, whatever
Yeah.
we decide there. But then they'll bring it almost to the front door out here, so we're gonna
Right.
have to have some sort of plan. And don't get me wrong, I know this might sound a little crazy, but I know I've seen people buy old schools and turn them into living units. So if you want to save the building for the historic
true,
cement
yeah.
block walls, there are companies that do that. We might have to accept a little bit less for this specific plot of the land, but you still have plenty of area. So there's still a lot of things that we could look into, maybe do some, and I know a lot of us hate studies, but say maybe within 5 years, 4 years, 5 years, think about doing a study like what could be of this land and where we should go. Like I could say all day, I could agree with Sizemore and say it should be at the health department, but that health department has to be tore down and something rebuilt there. But I'm not saying it has to be today, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, it doesn't have to be in 2 years, 3 years.
Some
Because we're still working our way down the street, so
Yes,
I don't
we
want
are.
to think. But what would you, I don't want people to say, oh, they're selling City Hall, and that's their goal and their plan. I would just like to know from council, long-term, do we think that's something that's going to have to be looked at? Or staying in the building long-term?
Either way.
One or the other.
Either way, something's gonna have to be done with this building.
Yes.
It's old. It's gonna fall apart. There's gonna be a lot of money put into it.
Absolutely.
You got a lot of employees in here that are having to put up with stuff.
Well, the offices are about as
Okay.
big as this room.
Right.
That's a lot of
So,
HVAC.
You know,
They love it, though, probably.
it could be done better. So, yeah, there's gonna have to be something done, for lack of a better term, with this building. What it is, I don't know. That's something we're gonna have to think about, put a good plan to. Tear it down completely, very possible. I know there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna hate to see the history go, but with what would have to be done infrastructurally with this building may not be worth the cost in the long run, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's
But
something like
it's something we're gonna have to think about for sure.
Yeah, that's something like I wouldn't know either, if someone would say they want to buy the building as is, but we can't pay much for it, but we'll pay money for it. If you want us to keep it a school.
But
or
then you gotta think
looking like a
about
school.
where are the city employees gonna go? Where is city council?
Well, you see, that's what I was saying, if we
See,
build
that's-
a newer city hall or something.
Yours-
I grew up during the Taj Mahal building of the School Board of Education, so I understand not to build a Taj Mahal in Walton County or be talked about for 30
Anywhere.
plus years. But something that's economical and can fit, our needs and look into future growth too. 'Cause that is something about Loganville and DePatrick always built stuff that was like 10 years out of date by the time it was built. So maybe look 10
Kinda like
years ahead.
GDOT.
Exactly.
But right-sized.
Well, and we just got
Right.
done talking about how we can't afford to fix our infrastructure. What's more important, fixing the infrastructure that affects everybody or fixing a building? So yeah, long-term, yeah, sure. Long-term to me is 10 or 15 years from now. When you get all your other problems solved, which then they're gonna start coming back around, But if we don't have the money to fix the infrastructure, why are we even entertaining spending
So let me
tens
just-
of millions of dollars on a
Let me just
building?
correct that statement, hold on. There's two different funds you're referring to. Infrastructure, it has two loans. Two bonds, I should say, that are $1.6 million a year. General fund has one loan for this building, which is $130,000 a year. So there's two different funds, so you can't say we don't have the money for infrastructure, but have the money for general fund, because there's two separately different funds. Just want to make sure we understand that.
So tell me those numbers again. For what, general was what?
General's what, one, she'll give you the exact here in a second. And then the bonds is a two bonds, a 2018 bond, 2019 bond. The 2018 bond was a 20-year bond. I think.
I can't write that fast. 20
That's enterprise though, right?
In 2019, what, 2018,
Enterprise?
2019?
Yes, that's enterprise, correct.
All right, and we're 130 every year?
For the general fund,
Yeah.
and I want to say it's $132,940 for general fund. That's our debt. That's what we owe.
Say it
Is this
again.
something you could email him?
I can.
It's going, I'm writing real quick.
132
132
940.
940.
I forgot you were farming me. Slow it down.
Yeah. So the reason I'm talking about it so far out, Melanie, in my opinion, would be because that allows us time to either save up money or apply for grants and go ahead and start planning it. Instead of, oh, now we got the money, it's time to move. If we plan it out in advance, then we know we can make
That's what I'm
better
saying, 10 or
steps.
15 years, and if you're planning that far down the road, but for me, in the long term, is 10 to 15 years. You in the long term might be 2 or 3 years, so that's where, again, I think we've had problems in the past when people's expectations are different. Like, there's one term, long term, I think one thing, you think another, so long term for you is what?
Long-term for me would be 10, 15, but I think
Okay.
that's probably, if we plan it out, if we actually plan out downtown, say 254 gets gone and starts getting built and it's built within a year or two. Say we decide on something to do with the lot next to the library, and say that takes 2 or 3 years. This is next, so I'm talking about 5, 6 years.
I understand.
Not 10, 15 years. So that's if everything goes perfectly. I'm not saying it is. Like I said, plans change over time. Say something takes 3 years and this one gets further out. But we have plenty of property in town to make decisions about where we would like to go in the future. So we don't sell that property, or we might have to go buy a property, which I hope not, or something like that. But we go ahead and mark it for future use and say that's gonna be the future use for this building.
I like what you just said right there. That is important.
Mhm.
We go ahead and identify where we're focusing. We need to put that in place.
Yeah,
And then we can do the infrastructure as
as you go.
we're going. We're already moving that direction. And then we worry about the money part. So we've got all three of those
Well, 'cause if
checked.
you-
We're checking them.
Because
You
if
see what I'm
we
saying?
sell or get any money for any of these properties that we're going to sell, we should have some to put back in general fund. We still have a good bit in general fund now that we could go ahead, in 5, 6 years, probably hopefully be bigger. So then we could be able to do that. But it could also be contingent. Say I'm a land guy and I want to buy this land. I say, I will buy this land for $100 million. I'll be, okay, we got $100 million to go build something. So it's not saying you have to have the money today to plan.
No, we're
You can
planning.
plan
That's
now
right.
and get the money as it comes. But if you don't plan for it, then you're never gonna plan for it,
That's right.
and then it will never get done. And we just keep talking about it.
That's what I'm trying to eliminate,
cyclically.
because that's what our
Yeah.
taxpayers are wanting. They're wanting to see progress, you
Yeah.
know? But anyway,
No, I agree, so, and this is something that we could, talk more about, but I do think we need to look realistically within 10 years, what we're going to do with this property. If we want to keep it, or if we want to sell it, if we want to move City Hall, if we want to keep City Hall here. So I don't think that's something we're going to digest completely today, but something to talk about for maybe a future planning session. And then also keep in mind, do we want to move the town green across the street next to the library? Or do you want to keep it where it is? I will say very quickly, my opinion would be keep it where it is now. I think
it's already built.
it's already built. I think it's already in the center of town. I think it's the best plan. Like, yes, there's probably 2 or 3 concerts a year that it gets packed out over there. But you know what? That's kind of a good thing. You know, you don't want to go to the club or the whatever with 2 people in it. You want to go to the one that looks like there's a line going out the door. And there's been some studies showing a lot of cities just built it based on what they had available, but there actually is like a size guideline. Like, yeah, if you go over this, it's like when we did stuff in the field back here, we might have had 400 or 500 people there, but it looked like 20 people were there because the field was so big back behind City Hall, you know? But then that would open up maybe into the future after, you know, as we're getting underway with 254, what do we envision as a council to go own that property next to it? Like, I think a lot of us, and I'm not trying to speak for anybody, I'm just trying to get some thoughts out there before the 1 o'clock hour hits.
Have we hit any,
I've got my,
Yeah.
I'm already
have we
zipped up
gotten
and ready
bites
to
on
go.
that property since it's been
So-
turned over to DDS or not?
Yeah, so, no, so you don't turn
DDA,
it over.
sorry.
So when it comes to DDAs, they're usually a pass-through, an intermediary. So we kind of gave them like the guidelines, what we're looking for, but they actually go out and see what's best fit for the community. And once they pick one, then they fill out, you know, all the paperwork, all that, and it just only goes through them for like 5 minutes. It doesn't
Got it.
really have to sit with them. But,
I just need to keep them busy. 'Cause
Yeah,
I don't want them
they're-
getting bored. I need them working on projects, you know?
and they got some money. They
Yeah.
can come up with some of their own projects and stuff
Yeah.
too. I don't want to over, you know, oversee them too much. I want them to be able to be
I mean,
creative.
the last time I come to the meeting, they're ready to, they want to work on projects, you know, they're hungry, you know?
All right. So we got 5 minutes left. Anybody else got something, any big idea that they can't live without getting off their chest?
Yes, I would like to thank the ladies for the lunch and coordinating
thank
and the
y'all.
breakfast and everything you did that I'm not even mentioning because I don't know what it was, but it was great. Thank you very much.
Yep, and I just want to say too that I appreciate all the things that you guys do every day, and I want you all to know how important you are. And I keep saying, I'll say it again, I think our biggest asset here at the city is the employees.
Amen.
Yes.
So thank y'all. Thank you for lunch too.
All right. Well, we were in 4 minutes early.
All right,
Look
I
at
got
that.
a date.
All right, thanks again, everybody. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Got a
Motion.
motion by Keith, we got a second. I'll give it to Lisa. I don't think you got one yet today. All in favor, say aye.